Eh? The Nigerian state has failed to act decisively and proactively. They have allowed the cohesive apparatus of state to be politicized and skewed towards sectional interests that promotes ethnic and religious hegemony, bigotry, and unbridled supremacy. The armed forces have become incapacitated and blind to the atrocities and willing killings taking place in Benue Plateau and southern Kaduna. They have prevented self-defense initiatives put in place by locals from going against the vandals. They have disarmed the vigilante groups by seizing their instruments for counter reprisals and provided safe corridors for these foreign imported mercenaries to escape. It is only in recent weeks that, following outcry condemnation, that troops were deployed. Regrettably, they have not found emboldened to further conduct their ethnic cleansing agenda. We have watched with consternation the half-truths and unfounded narratives being churned out by United Nations and some global platforms. These false narratives are being promoted by the Deputy Secretary of the United Nations, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, and her acolytes. She has consistently suppressed the story, reports, and countless complaints brought by the civil society groups and other stakeholders, and has consistently dismissed genocide as a farmer header crisis. She believes that the indigenous people of these areas are hostile to climate change and intolerant of the Fulani herdsmen. This is far from the truth and thus a deliberate of obfuscation of the issues on ground. We respectfully call on the United Nations and most especially the General Secretary to conduct an independent investigation into the situation in Benue Plateau and southern Kaduna. The reality on ground is that the genocide is taking place in Benue Plateau and southern Kaduna. The genocide in dimension and scale is reminiscent of the Hutu massacre in Rwanda and the ethnic cleansing taking place in Congo Democratic Republic. We make bold to contend that the crisis in Benue Plateau and southern Kaduna are not orchestrated by farmer header crisis, nor by the deliberate refusal of the people to share their rich land resources. We contend without equivocation that the driving force behind the senseless killings is the land grabbing policy of the Fulani ethnic nationality. It is a deliberate policy aimed at the dispossession of land from the indigenous people of Benue Plateau and southern Kaduna. The large Benue Valley, with its rich Alevunian soil, must be taken by force, and its demography altered by the ethno-religious ambition of the Futa-Jalon marauders. It is a deliberate mountainization policy orchestrated by the apartheid white minority regime in South Africa and Zimbabwe. The stiff resistance against the capture and seizure of land, coupled with the determination of the people to defend their culture and tradition, has been labeled as being intolerant. The propaganda being spurred is not only mendacious but a calculated move to consolidate an ethnic agenda. The great people of Benue, Plateau, and southern Kaduna, too, through subsistence and mechanized farming, provide rich agricultural cash and food crops for the nation. These areas serve as the food basket of the country. They have provided massive income earning opportunities and employment for the teeming population. The contribution in terms of the GDP is beyond imagination. Regrettably, the violence and dislocation have disrupted farming and livestock management. This has culminated in the current food security imbroglio with its attendant consequences. Climate change is an important subject matter that has stirred concern not only in Nigeria, but in Benue, Plateau, and Southern Kaduna. The indigenous people have witnessed the changing weather pattern culminating in receding rainwater, dry rivers, and streams. This has even a major source of concern. This has become a major source of concern to the teeming population of Nigeria, including the suffering people of Benue, Plateau, and Southern Kaduna, who are desperate for a solution in the growing global consensus on global climate change. It is ludicrous and preposterous to label the indigenous people of this area as anti-climate change. We urge the United Nations and its agencies to discountenance the misguided campaign of calumny. We shall now illustrate these orchestrated killings in Benue, Plateau, and Southern Kaduna. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin, for that wonderful report. Just for our collective information for the international community and those watching outside outside Nigeria, the media observers or the press observers that are available today, kindly note that the copy of this report was made available to the Nigerian defense.
Observation, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, can you give us audience in Niger so that we can be able to report, because we have them here, their mothers, and some of them are young people. So we want them to give their input so they'll be able to go back.
We'll come to that.
Them be able to sleep.
Okay, give us some minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we are going there now. We understand that they traveled from afar. So we would just give it priority. Please just give us some time, please. Okay, we'll get there. Okay, so we made available copy of this report. Thank you so much for the amazing work you're doing, Mr. Christian. God bless you. We made copies available to all the security organizations within Nigeria, the force headquarters, which is the police, defense headquarters, which is the military. Please, for our collective information, the people we are seeing on the screen of Mr. Christian, those are people who are directly affected by this crisis. So we made available reports to all the media, all the security apparatus, organization, the presidency, and no one got back to us for the record. So we'll proceed now to Kaduna report. Thank you. Mr. Christian, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would go straight to the report. You know, Southern Kaduna is a part of a series of ethnic and religious conflicts. You know, it is tied with issues of religious, ethnic tension, Fulani, herdsmen, hegemony, banditry, general insecurity across, you know, the northern political landscape. So Kaduna State is a multicultural and multi-religious state with both major religions, Christianity and Islam, constituting an average of about 50% of the population each. Now, Sharia, which was brought in some years ago, is applicable or supposed to be applicable in the Muslim majority areas. In 2022, the religious leaders signed a peace declaration. One, the crisis in Southern Kaduna, now I'm going into specifics, has taken completely different characteristics since the 2000s. The crisis took a more pronounced form with the emergence of Nasiru El-Rufai as the governor of Kaduna State. Now, he introduced a series of policies which are quite oppressive, and they have exacerbated the crisis between various ethnic nationalities in the state. His policies have undermined the diversity of people, and it has polarized a lot of interest group along ethnic and religious lines. Now, through his promotion of the Sunni-inspired religious and Fulani domination and socio-economic issues in the state, which I hope I would enlighten on that later, he introduced a Muslim-Muslim ticket that has altered the power configuration in the state. Now, this upset the ethno-religious balance, culminating in a vicious land grabbing policy deliberately aimed at dispossession of ancestral land and obliteration of ethnic groups through forceful relocation and seizure of land. This resulted in the current violence as imported mercenaries were unleashed to recalibrate the state into a Fulani conclave. Consequently, the people are not just being killed, but they are raped, physically and psychologically tortured, abducted, massacred, executed, mobbed, rendered homeless, and neglected by the government, who ought to protect the citizenry and give them a sense of belonging, security, and safety. Now, to get a better understanding of the origin of the crisis would mean first grasping the demographics of Kaduna State as a melting pot of various ethnic groups. The city of Kaduna, the capital of Kaduna State, is one of the largest in the northern region or northern Nigeria, and is viewed by some as the symbolic capital of the north or the former northern region. Kaduna State has a significant population of Christians from around 30 ethnic groups based mostly in the southern part of the state, sometimes referred to as Southern Kaduna minority tribes. I would want us to note the minority in quote. According to population estimates from the last census, close to half of the population of Kaduna may be made up of Christians, or even more. The majority of the population is in the northern part is predominated by the Muslims, which are of primarily the Hausas or Fulani nationalities. Kaduna differs from other northern states. Some ethnic central part of Kaduna city. Now, according to Human Rights Watch, an international non-governmental organization that conducts research on human rights, Kaduna, like other states of Nigeria, has experienced outbreak of violence and fighting between different groups. Most often, the conflict has pitted Muslims against Christians. Although religion has been pivotal to this crisis, it has changed since the leadership of Nasru el-Rufai. The central issue has now shifted to land acquisition and capture by the Fulani hegemonies. Communities in the predominantly Christian area of southern Kaduna have continued to experience a different spate of kidnapping for ransom, violent attack, and needless killings since 2015. According to Amnesty International, in 2020, gunmen killed at least 366 people in the villages of southern Kaduna and of southern part of Kaduna state in multiple at July 2020 alone. More than 1,600 people have been killed in southern Kaduna from December 20 till date. When gunmen invaded the Sakop community of the Etiap chiefdom in Zangon local government area, attacks by gunmen on rural communities in southern Kaduna are increasingly rampant and deadly. Nigerian authorities have failed to protect the harmless indigenous people of the area. Many families were burnt in their sleep, children were slaughtered, women raped, adult men and boys had their bodies dismembered. In March 2023, gunmen killed 25 persons, and in April they killed 46 persons. At least 33 were killed in the night of Saturday, April 15, 2023, and several others were injured after Fulani militiamen launched an attack on Rinji village, Sakop community of Zangon-Kataf local government area in Kaduna State. According to an eyewitness account, over 40 houses were burnt down, while over 28 persons sustained life-threatening injuries. The attack occurred barely 3 days after 8 people were killed at Attack J village in the same local government area. Southern Kaduna, like Benue and Plateau states, has become a venue for the mass burial of victims of Fulani herdsmen, inspired violence. Victims are given mass burials by relatives and members of the community who gather to witness the funeral service. This has become a regular occurrence as victims are slaughtered by marauding Fulani herdsmen. According to the Kaduna state government, over 1,192 people lost their lives in the state to banditry and terrorism. At least 406 of the deceased were killed in the restive southern part of the state. On state actors killed non-state actors killed 645 people between January and June of 2022. Recently, Atiaplan has dominated the headlines for wrong reasons, following renewed attacks on Wakili, Lakson, Attack J, and Runji, including the beheading of a 5-year-old boy. At the last count, 20 villages were ransacked, 18 burned down, while 518 people have been killed, with thousands of victims who have taken refuge across many communities from 2017 till date. The land issue has become central to the crisis of Southern Kaduna. There is increasing land grabbing as ethnic communities such as Atiap, Adara, Abiri, and Kagoma have found themselves under the control of Fulani through the Emirate system, deliberately created by Malan Nasir El-Rufai. The Emirate system has culminated in the indigenous people of Southern Kaduna paying traditional institutions foisted on them. Non-Muslims have been marginalized, forced into hard labor, and expected to convert to Islam. Their lands also provide good grazing for the Fulani herdsmen. The herdsmen, through the support of Malan Nasir El-Rufai, have come
I guess it has a technical issues.
Sophisticated land of settlement.
Zari, you are breaking up, if you can hear me.
Outside the country. This development has progressed. Sorry, is there an issue?
Yeah, from time to time you frozen and we can't hear you.
Okay, maybe you should try without a video to improve to reduce the bandwidth.
Exactly.
Okay, Zari, can you hear me? Can you turn off your video?
Okay, yeah, Peter, let us have, okay, it's back.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think network just got the better part of me. Sorry about that. Now, Southern Kaduna has become fertile ground for marauding herdsmen across the Sahel. Herdsmen from Chad, Niger, Mali, at a certain season, migrate to Nigeria to graze cattle. Malan Nasir El-Rufai and his acolytes have used them as an instrument for fighting the indigenous people. They have become fighting force used to oppress the indigenous peoples. This has resulted in unprovoked bloodletting and mindless killings. This requires proper investigation, as the shape of the killings and kidnappings are genocidal. The Fulani herdsmen have implemented an earth-scorched policy of mass annihilation and deliberate reconfiguration of the existing demographics. The evidence have been the widespread destruction of houses, especially in Gaura and other areas where land has been appropriated and converted by those. And Southern Kaduna is a ticking time bomb that requires global attention and intervention. And I think at this point, I must say that I would, of course, there is the well-documented document, and then the details of it is there. But I wish to add to what I have read that what is basically going on in Southern Kaduna, I would say, rightly mentioned, Chad, Niger, and all of these places. We would have the governor on at least on different media platforms claiming how he was able to trace certain people Initially, when he came in, it appeared as if he wanted to appease them. So they stopped killing. He traced them to Mali, traced them to Chad. We understand what Mali is each time we speak about the activities of Islamists. Nobody has raised any concern to ask him on what intelligence did he work these people in Mali? On what intelligence did he work to conclude that they are the ones in the right and the people in Southern Kaduna are the ones in the wrong, and then went ahead? Where did he sort the money? Where did he saw he paid them? How much did he pay them? And he proudly said so. And he said he wasn't ashamed of it. He said, yes, I paid them. Yes, I paid them. That was on mainstream media where he said it. And to a large extent, something that was not captured here, there's a Christian chiefdom called Kajuru. They have a monarch, His Royal Highness Galadima, who was assassinated in very questionable circumstances. Until date, there has not been an investigation in it. And our problem as people of Southern Kaduna with the killing simply because Kajuru, his own chief, suffered massive attacks, massive killing of genocidal scale from these marauders. And it went on and on until a document came in an attempt to convert of the chiefdoms in Southern Kaduna to. And we know this monarch who was assassinated was in refusing this imposition. And he was taken out under questionable. Questionable is the simple fact that once he was assassinated, that chiefdom was converted to an emirate, and an emir was foisted on it. The government was watching of General Muhammadu Buhari. As a matter of fact, the key statement I think that came from through Shehu was that it is a cycle of mutual violence by criminal elements. Exactly how you kill thousands of people in their village, exactly how you killed a monarch, exact place to an emirate, and you call it a mutual slur, but I do not know. The right ESR, wherever it is the sense of humanity resides, that this presentation will go a long way, not just to prevent further occurrences, but in tailing out the criminals behind this. Especially chief amongst them would be the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai. There is a whole lot he has to account for. And with regards to killing, I have personally been involved in delivering relief materials to a particular village that was decimated in December last year. I saw how the entirety of that community was burnt down. Over 40 people were killed in Kaura local government. I was there in person. I saw it. They were wasted, and there were all kinds of bullets, from weapons that you know very well are not light. Yet we are bent in labeling this as farmer herders clash. Exactly to what extent we want it. Exactly what is the mission as far as the MidleBelt is concerned. This is our concern. This is our prayer. This is our cry, so that we tail the evil from its roots. We don't just stop the killing, but we trace back the criminals that are behind this evil, and then the world should see them being brought to book. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope we make good progress from here.
Give us an interlude. Utikaoja, are you there?
Okay, Peter, Dr. Peter,
Yes.
let us move. Let us move to the next report, which is the play two. Please, play two.
Please, the owner of iPhone must rename, please. Otherwise, he or she risks being removed. And Vivo 2019, rename. Please rename. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Please, can we proceed? Can we proceed to Plateau State report?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for listening. Thank you for considering the gravity of this situation. I will go straight to reading the report. So when it comes to Plateau State, it is the state that is created out of the Benue Plateau State, and it was created on February the 3rd, 1976, and its capital is Jos. On the 15th of May, 2023, we're shocked by the gruesome act of genocide perpetrated by Fulani herdsmen. Church denominational leaders, civil society groups, and religious leaders have described this recent killing of unarmed civilians on some communities as devilish, barbaric, and an act of genocide. Recall that some communities of Mangu local government area of the state were brutally attacked. The victims were unarmed civilians who were mainly Christians. The attack claimed lives and properties, with many persons still unaccounted for. And the villages affected, some of them include Fungzai, Halle, Kwaiti, Kwai, and many other districts in Mangu and Riom local government areas. According to the reports, about 130 people were killed, and about 1,000 houses and 22 churches and within 22 villages were seriously impacted. This is another demonstration of the unabated bloodletting that has engulfed Plateau State without any decisive action taken to ameliorate the carnage and ethnic cleansing. This unfortunate carnage affected the Baptist Church seriously. In Kantoma, over 31 members of the church were killed, including the moderator. Some 23 women were made widows on account of this particular attack. 9 members were lost in Juak, Maitumbi, and a member killed in Kombili. Most of the church members were made homeless and are now taking refuge in different places. We're not even talking about the over 40 worshippers abducted at Bege Baptist Church, Madala, near Bukuru, in Chukun local government area by bandits. On the 12th of June, 2023, a cleric and 20 people were killed in Riom and Birkinladi local government area of the state. Residents attributed the attack to a group of unknown gunmen who invaded the communities in the wee hours of the night and carried out this dastardly act. A further 2 persons of Biram.
Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sam. Yep.
Okay, yes, I think there was interference. Yes. 7 killed in Jos, 11 in Kui, while a cleric, Reverend Nicodemus Kim, was killed in Ganaro in Birkinladi Local Government Council. Reverend Kim of the Church of Christ in Nations was killed at his home. The Fulani militia was responsible for this gruesome death. On July the 7th, 2023, residents of Farinkasa, Karena, and Sabongari communities in the Mangu local government area of Plateau State were thrown into mourning following fresh attacks by gunmen, which left 12 persons dead. The victims were decapitated in their houses on Saturday night. Many houses were set on fire, leaving the 2 communities deserted. The usual suspect, named as being responsible for this carnage, was the Fulani militia. The national president of the Mogawul Development Association, Chief Joseph Gwanak, noted that since April 2023, members of the Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, had attacked 53 communities and killed 204 persons in Mangu local government, where the state governor hails from. A human rights organization, Gideon Fumi Para Malam Peace Foundation, has done extensive fieldwork on the Plateau genocide. According to the foundation, 346 persons have been killed within 3 months in 8 local government areas in Plateau State. The organization said that out of that number, 200 lives have been lost to violent attacks in Mangu LGA alone, as at July 8, 2023. The report further revealed that the killings which took place between April 17th to July 10th, 2023, had currently 18,751 internally displaced persons in 14 camps in Plateau State. The foundation further highlighted that 17 people were killed in Bokos, 232 were killed in Mangu, 39 people were killed in Birkinladi, and 36 people in Rio, 14 in Jos North, 5 in Milan, and 1 in Bassa local government. The breakdown of the internally displaced personnel shows 2,081 widows, 6,066 orphans between the ages of 0 to 5 years old. The old people account for about 1,057 aged persons, while teenagers and adults are 828. A total of 6,603 households are currently affected by these deadly attacks. It is our considered view that the current harvest of death in Mangu local government, LGA, must be treated with the urgency it deserves. Continuously looking the other way, while the current inhumanity festers, is deliberate ethnic cleansing, and it is genocide. This is terrorism on a large scale, and no one should allow such a brazen act of impunity to fester. Whatever the motivation behind these attacks on the plateau, the fact remains, the people are being slaughtered in their hundreds. The burden of killings should not be only on shoulders of the new governor of Plateau State, Governor Caleb Mutwang, nor on the shoulders of the federal government, but on all Nigerians, the African Union, the United Nations, and the global community. This is largely due to the common humanity and global citizenry we share. There is a need for collective action to end the genocide on the plateau. More disturbingly is that the Fulani militia reportedly threw the people of Jos and Biai villages in the Riam local government area into mourning in the early hours of July 11, 2020. Sadly, according to the reports, 2 youths, Elisha Daliop and Abednego Davo, were killed, while one Patrick Joshua sustained serious injury. 2 clergymen residing in Mpat and Kombum district were shot in their respective compounds. Gunmen in early August 2023 attacked Haipang, a community. Just for context, that's where the airport is situated as well. A community in Barkinladi local government area in Plateau State, killing 17 people. The attack took place around 1 a.m. when most residents of the community were sleeping. The attack was seen largely as a reprisal attack carried out by the Fulani militia. The persistent attacks and killings in Plateau State continue to raise a number of questions. Who really wants to destroy Plateau State and why? Are the killers really unknown gunmen? And why do they always have sophisticated weapons and enough time to wreak havoc on innocent citizens? Has any arrest been made? Are the security agents in Plateau really handicapped? What is taking place in Plateau and not only has an impact on Nigeria, but also has consequences on a global scale. We cannot afford to play the ostrich. Plateau needs us all. And as I conclude, I would like to add that while this has covered a lot within 2023, the nature of this scourge has actually been existing on the plateau since the turn of the 21st century, specifically the crisis that started September 7th, 2001. The major reason why there was not a lot of coverage was because a few days after September 11th, the events of in the United States happened, and this gained minimal attention. But since then, there have been major attacks, killings, suicide bombings, the same routine. And I must point out that once you have a group of people who believe or subscribe to an understanding or an ideology that they demand a particular piece of property or land at the expense of other citizens, is a dangerous precedent that, if not nipped in the bud, will lead to a lot of carnage and loss of life, which is what we're dealing with till today. It is the same ideology that propelled a certain Adolf Hitler by virtue of the ideology of Lebensraum, which stands for living space, who said that he needed to pacify a lot of lands owned by the Slavs in other parts of Europe because they needed to propagate the Aryan breed, which they thought they were, because they believed they were more superior than everyone else. And such a dangerous precedent led to the events, or contributed to the events that we see, or we're still revisiting in history by virtue of the Second World War. This is why this must be paid close attention to, because anybody from anywhere who believes or subscribes to this will not provide any progressive idea towards a further nation building. And that's why this must be stopped. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just for emphasis, majority of these reports is available at the Genocide Tracker website. We tend to publish the website, and also before the end of this conference, we're going to be announcing how we tend to follow up this issue to a logical conclusion. Thank you. Please, can we have the report on the Benue? Okay, no, sorry, before the report on the Benue, some of our mothers, sisters traveled from far in the Niger, traveled to attend this conference. Please, can we shift, Peter? Let us shift the eyewitness section, the first eyewitness section, the live interview. Please, Christian, are you here?
Yes, I'm available.
Yeah, please, Madam Stella and Dr. Cherry, please take over. Thank you. This is the first eyewitness section. Thank you, Madam Stella, please. Yeah, Kristen.
I think Cheryl can go on. I doubt if Madam Stella is available at the moment. Cheryl can carry on.
Okay, Cheryl.
Okay.
Go on. Thank you.
Our people mostly will be explaining in Hausa language. So,
oh, okay. Then let them go ahead. I will listen and also try to explain a bit. Let them go ahead.
Is there anyone that will interpret for us?
Yes,
yeah, I just said so, Cheryl. Let her speak in Hausa.
I can make the interpretation in concurrence. I don't know if it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. My name is Sunanki. What's your name?
Victoria.
Okay. Where have you come from?
Okay, Kristen, please don't display their face. Just display their chest downward, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Their chest downward. Thank you.
Where did they come from?
Don't show their face, Kristen, please. Thank you. Go on.
Stay showing.
No, it's perfect now. Please don't show their face for emphasis. Thank you.
So,
go on.
Why you have come
and
okay. The reason why she's here is because of the insecurity in Paikoro local government of Niger State. Especially Kafinkuro.
So muna da damuwa sosai saboda insecurity. Sun shiga bandit sun shiga Kafinkuro 15 on the 10th May. Okay. So sun shiga shaguna. So they went away with some of my things.
But they have challenges in Kafinkuro, and she's explaining how they attack her own shop in particular. So she'll be equally be explaining this in English. So please go on in English if you are comfortable with English.
Oh, she can. Okay, that's excellent. Yes, my dear. My name is Cheryl, and it's nice to meet you. Can you remind me your name?
Okay, your
Victoria
name.
Joseph.
Victoria. Hello, Victoria. I am so sorry to hear about what is happening to you and your community. I feel really for you. And I just want to, if you can tell me briefly how this has impacted on your life and that of your family.
And they entered my shop. So they went away with some of my things.
Who are those people?
The bandits.
Okay, did they come with knife?
Yeah, they came with bomb.
How many of them?
There are many.
Okay.
So we don't.
When they came, are they police in your town?
No.
Are they military?
No.
Okay. Go.
So from there. So, and the most painful thing is they enter Kafinkuro in January, on the 10th January, they kill.
January of which year?
This year.
2023.
2023. So
what time of the night was that? I mean, what time of the day was that?
Ma?
What time of the night was that, please? What time of the night was that?
Come on. Nobody to rescue his life. So after they kill him, they burn the house, and the second priest can be able to escape through ceiling. So that is where we'll be able to know that is bandit that killed him, or we don't even know the people that killed, but they were shooting gun. Nobody could go close to the house. So that is how they entered Kafinkuro, and they went away with his life. So we don't have security in Niger State, most especially in that Kafinkuro. We are lack of security. We cry, nobody can hear our cry, nobody can help us. So please, we need government to intervene and help us, especially the Kafinkuro area.
Right. I am really terribly sorry to hear all these. And since this happened, has the government come around, or have they done anything to help you guys, or at least to hear what is happening and then have a plan?
It is after some days, then they send armies. Now in Kafin-Koro, but we are still receiving messages from the bandit that those armies, if they want to enter, they will not be afraid of those armies now.
Have you gone back home then?
Yes.
You said something about the government coming to help. Do you have any other requests? You said you asked for government help. But I'm just wondering, what kind of help would you want from the government now that I don't think you're receiving any at the moment?
Some of the house, most especially that of Very Reverend Father Isaac Achi, the house is still there now. And some people that they went away with their people, some of them just
kidnapped, not went away.
They kidnapped some of their people, and some of them the people, the relation, they went and paid and collect their people. Some of them are still there up to now.
Right, and the government is not making any attempts to get them out.
It's not making any attempt.
Okay, I'm really.
And even if they send army, we'll be hearing they kill army there.
I am really sorry. I'm sure the whole world, when they hear what you're saying, will feel sorry as well. And hopefully, with this happening, we'll be able to get some help. Hopefully, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If there's any other thing you want to say, please feel free to say that we haven't addressed. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Stella is available. Sister Stella is available, I see. So
yes,
she can
yes.
also.
There are many here, so I want us to structure the interview in a way that they'll be able to capture them.
Okay, I think hello. Yeah, I think we missed out one thing to ask. That is, does she need any support, or has she been supported by the government or any government official of any sort? That's important that we know that.
Yeah, I asked that, but I didn't make it personal.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, but she said nothing.
Okay.
No.
Okay, can she let you know what support she would like from the government? It's important all of them that.
No, she already said some, or maybe she has more.
Yeah, she can tell us.
Security, and some of our people now, they are houseless.
Homeless people.
They are homeless. Their business again.
Okay. Essentially, what she's trying to say is that there are many people who have been chased from their ancestral land in Kafin-Koro. They can no more go back to farm. They have been chased away from the farm, and now they are zero. They are depending on relative or neighborhood to feed and survive. So whichever help that they will get, one, is security, restoring full security for their community. Then two, having to help them to establish their, any source of livelihood that they can depend on in the meantime.
Okay, so thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, madam.
So I'll be inviting the next person.
Okay. Dr. Sorry.
No, Stella, you want me to go ahead with this as well?
I don't mind.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
The next person is coming over.
Okay.
Okay.
Please do not show your face. Thank you. Do not show your
Hello,
face.
My dear. How are you?
Louder.
Can he speak to me?
Sunana Mohammed is Niger State Rafi Local Government, Karamon Kuma Gumna Ward.
Okay, so his name is Mohammed. He's from Gumna Ward in Rafi Local Government of Niger State.
Welcome, Mohammed.
Yes, I'm interpreting for him. He's speaking in Hausa.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, great.
Committing saboda problem muke samu a karamar hukumar mu Rafi Local Government na bandits da yake damuwa mu, sai sa na ce bari na halarci wannan meeting saboda in je in faɗi abubuwan da ke damun mu a takaice ko Allah zai sa Allah ya sa muna hannu a taimaka.
All right. That the reason why he's here today is to tell the whole world the challenge in their environment over the local government of Niger State, to see if there will be any intervention that will come in from the international community or the government of the day to come to their rescue.
Okay. I'm seeing what you say, but for you personally,
it's still going on. I want us to wrap it up.
Okay, go on, my dear.
Bandits na damun mu sun hana muna noma, sun hana muna kiwo, abinda za mu ci ya gagara saboda rashin noma. So ko da an kawo muna sojoji za su zo, ko da bandits sun hito, idan baka gudu ba, bandits zai zo ya kama ka ya kashe ka ko ya dauke ka, uwan su nemo kuɗi su kai, ba wani matakin da aka dauka, yasa muke magana a kai.
That the reason why he's here is to explain how his community have been ravaged by bandits. And those bandits, when they are coming in their numbers, they come and they attack them. They kidnap some of them that they fail to run away. And if they are coming and you fail to run away, definitely you'll be kidnapped or you'll be killed.
To yanzu haka halin da muke ciki a kasar Rafi local government kenan. Sai muka rasa ta yaya za mu yi. Yanzu muna kira a gare ku, muna kai kuka ga ku da Allah ne ya taimaka. Yunwa yanzu ma yunwa ta ishe mu a kasar Rafi gabaki daya.
All right, that's the reason why they are calling is to see if there will be any intervention for their community, because as it is now, there have been incessant attacks which are widely unreported. Many cases where they have to even sleep away from their homes for days, sometimes 15 days, before returning back. So, and now their people are hungry because they can no more access their farmland. The crops that they have cultivated, they cannot harvest it because of insecurity of the bandits that have taken over their community.
Yanzu ma halin da ake ciki, iyayenmu da aka kashe su, iyayenmu mata ga su nan jibge, kannanmu maza da mata ga su nan jibge.
All right, that their parents have been killed because of this same insecurity. Their brothers, sisters, in-laws, they've all been drastically affected, and they are just hanging in the air. They have no any home to stay and have rest of mind.
Kuma abin da zai kamata mu taimaka a kan shi, ba mu da shi, mun ɗauki kuɗin mun ba su, yanzu haka muka koma, abin da za mu ci babu, kuɗin da za mu yi bukatar rayuwar mu babu, haka muke, shi yasa yunwa ta addabe mu gabaki daya, muka rasa yadda za mu yi.
That as part of the challenges they are facing, the little wealth they have as farmers remains their crop. Now they have been detached from it. The little savings in cash also they have been collected from them as ransom by the same bandits. So now they are frustrated and they are handicapped. Even to feed is a challenge for them.
To shi ne muke roko ga Allah gare ku, don Allah da annabi, kun ji koke na kenan daga Niger State Rafi local government, don Allah don annabi a taimaka a ɗaukar muna mataki da hanyoyin da za a bi a taimaka a samu sauki da bandits din nan, ko rayuwar mutum zai samu ya ɗan dawo kamar shekarun baya.
Okay, that's they are pleading for interventions in order to help them to return back to the old life where their community was safe. In the old life where they could go to farm and return without the fear of being attacked, so that they'll be able to start life all over again.
Okay, can I just ask one or two questions? I mean, he can continue to tell us his story, which is quite fascinating.
Okay. Mohammed, there's an aspect I want him to conclude on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, da yake kuna garin ku sojojin da suna wurin wani mataki ne suna doka kan bandits da suna shigo, ko inda yake bandits suna shigo ba a same sojojin ne ko ya ana yin.
Sojojin da suke wurin mu ko da bandits sun hito ko kayan sojoji su zo, bandits su tsallake, kayan bandits su zo, sojoji ba za su zo ba, haka dai suke sai wanga ya wuce sannan wanga ya zo sai wanga ya wuce sannan wanga ya zo sai muka rasa gane kan lamarin.
Okay, that the challenge they are facing is that the soldiers usually, if the soldiers are intervening in the situation and they arrive, they will not see bandits. And the moment soldiers are leaving, bandits will come and take over. And if the soldiers are coming, bandits will go away. That is the situation that they are facing. So they are suspecting that maybe there may be communication between them, that they are now taking turns in occupying their community.
To kaji abin da ke faruwa kenan a karamar hukuma Rafi kai gama don Allah da Annabi a taimaka. Assalamu alaikum, sunana Muhammad Idris, Rafi local government, Gunna ward.
Okay, so he said he's pleading for intervention. That his name is Mohammed.
Okay.
Mohammed Idris from Rafi local government.
Mohammed,
You can raise your questions for him now, please.
Right, Mohammed, I mean, everything you're saying, we're understanding it, and hopefully help will come somehow. I just want to know, as a person, how the whole thing has affected him as a person, and what is he doing in terms of finding a way.
Ne abun lamuran insecurity na bandits ya ne ya affecting naka.
Gaskiya abun ya taba ni sosai. Ba dan karame ba. Tunda an kashe mani matan kanina, an kashe mani babana, an kashe yannina, in case an kashe kawunina mutum uku, in case a case abinda aka kashe mani ta bangare na ta bangare jini na duk wanda na tabo na wani an kai mutum 10. Banda mutanen karkara wanda za ce yan uwa ne dai kawai.
Okay, that as a person, the insecurity has led to loss of over 10 persons from his own lineage. They have killed his father, they have killed his brothers, his sisters, his uncle, aunt, and some of the extended family members. They have all been killed as a result of these bandits. So he has been affected.
Right. What does he do as a living?
Okay, when men in the kana yin when the aikin ne kana yin da kana samu kana
ni aikin da nake yi yanzu idan na samu kwadago zai samu aka yanka bani kwadago in yi idan ba samu kwadago ba in je in sare ice in yi gawayi in binne idan gawayin ya fita in kai kasuwa in je in sayar sannan mu zo mu samu in sayo gari ko a wani dawa kuma gashi dawa yanzu ya yi tsada garin ma ya yi tsada sai na rasa inda ma zan ba da kaina kawai abin da dan nake yi kenan ina dan ciyar da kaina.
Okay, that is into menial jobs. Sometimes he has to fall down trees to produce charcoal and take to market to sell. And sometimes he has to assist people to do some menial job like breaking of firewood in the neighborhood to be able to raise little money to buy gari or any of the grain to be able to eat with his family. And as he speaks, those food products, of course, are very expensive now for him to be able to afford.
Right. It's quite difficult to get some of these things. Has the government helped them in any way at all? What has the government done to actually...
Government ya taba yayi muku domin wannan masalan yana ciki.
To gaskiya ni ba zan ce ga abin da gwamnati ta yi ba domin Allah. Abin da na gani gwamnati ta yi shine wannan sojin da aka dauko kuma ko da aka zo aka aje muna an aje muna su ne dai kawai saboda ba su yi amfani a gare mu ba saboda bayan ma aje su kashe mutane babban da suke kuma kwashe mutane wanda suke yi sojoji ba su taba daukan wasu mataki ba.
Okay, that the only thing he can throughout his life that he can say this is what government has done are the soldiers that were brought to be stationed in their community. And even when the soldiers came, the killings have increased. They keep on kidnapping their people and killing their people without any resistance from the soldiers.
What about feeding and housing, you know, because I'm sure some people's houses would have been destroyed.
Ko kuma an ba ku kowane abu da zaka tuna wai gwamnati ta
ba abin da gwamnati ta yi wanda
ai muku asibiti ko hanyoyi ko wani abu
ba abin da gwamnati ta yi mun rasa masallatanmu mun rasa yan uwanmu kiristoci da muke makota gasu sun rasa church ɗinsu mun rasa gonakinmu mun rasa gidajenmu gwamnati ma bata taɓa zuwa ba ta zo ta ce wanga bayan Allah matsalar da ke damuwanku mun zo mu gashe ku ba abin da aka yi balle a taimaka mana da makarantu ko cocin ilimi yaran ma ya dakushe.
That there is nothing to write home about in terms of government intervention. That communities now, there are no more schools. The children are now home without education. Why? Because the schools can no more operate due to insecurity. Okay. Even churches can no more operate because of insecurity, because they have been kidnapping and killing their people. So social life, everything is down. Education is down. There is no any road to even be proud and say, okay, this is government construction. No hospital for them to even take their patient, the sick patient for medical attention. So him as a person, he cannot even look back to say, okay, this is what government have done for my community.
Okay.
I have a question.
I have noted some of those things you mentioned, and apart from the schools, the hospitals, and then the security which the government is giving soldiers, and you don't think is effective. What else does he? What else does? No, let me finish the question. Can I finish the question, please? Yeah. He has mentioned. Excuse me. Can I just finish the question, if that's okay?
All right.
Yeah. Apart from the things he has mentioned about the things that they need, hospitals, schools, security, are there any other things he would want to add in terms of what he wants the government to do for them?
Okay. Bande bayanin da ka bada akai kaman rashin asibiti, rashin makarantu, rashin hanya, rashin aikin yin, kuma rashin zaman lafiya, insecurity. Bande wayannan abu, akwai wani abu da kana so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Akwai abubuwa
ma garinka?
Akwai abubuwa da yawa gaskiya.
Wanne?
In dai akwai hali, ina so a taimaka da hanya. A taimaka da makarantu, saboda ilimin yaran da ya dakushe ya farfado. A taimaka muna da bandits din nan a kore su gabaki ɗaya kwata-kwata, saboda mu koma ƙauyukanmu mu je mu ci gaba da rayuwarmu yadda muka saba. In akwai wani abin da ya biyo baya wanda gwamnati za ta iya yi, sai ta taimaka ta yi. Babban matsala ma abin da ke damuwa na har an kai fagen da mace za ta hita saboda babu abincin da za ta ci, sai ta je ta nemi wani sun yi zina, ta samu kuɗi da za ta zo ta ciyar da kanta. Shi ne babban matsala abin da ma ke fitin mani tuwo a ƙwarya, yake koda mana rai ko da wani lokaci.
Okay, what he's saying is that you appreciate if the government of it can assist them with road, so that at least they'll be able to ply the road in their community. Good schools, so that their children will be able to go back to school. Hospital, so that they can have good medical center to take their children that are sick to that community. Because recently there was an emergency for his son, whose stomach was busted. The video is there, it will be shared. And there was no any hospital in that community. So he has to be rushed to a private hospital in the local government headquarters in Tegina. So he's pleading that if they can assist them with good hospital, they will be happy. Then he said the most pressing one is the economic situation of their people in Tarafi local government. A situation whereby women, married, young, they will have to go into prostitution before they will be able to afford what to eat for that day. That one is giving him too much concern.
Okay, there is a question in the chat box for the gentleman or the victim. The question is there any mining activity in your area? Either you are local.
A garin ku akwai inda ana mining kuma ana diga ana samu abu kaman zinariya ko gold aka. Akwai?
Akwai inda ake zinari, sai dai gold ne ba riga an kama ba.
Me zinari? Gold, that there is a place in their community where there is gold. He doesn't know the name as gold. He knows the name as Zinaria. And Zinaria in Hausa means gold.
Okay. Do you know the particular name of the city or the town or the village? Can you give that?
Yakila zuwa Shahada.
That the gold spot is between Yakila and Shahada. That is the name of that community. It's between Shahida and Yakila.
Okay, that is noted. Now, one of us in the chat is demanding that General Gowon be brought to answer. General Gowon is from the area in question. He used to be the head of state of Nigeria. So that's one of the comments in the chat. So we're placing it out there. Next is the Infinite Hot and Light. Please rename yourself. If you are not, if you don't know your name, in the next 5 minutes, we remove you. Continue with the question, please, Dr. Sherry. Thank you. Unmute yourself, Dr. Sherry. Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. That's it from me, unless somebody else wants to ask anything else.
Stella, do you have something to ask?
Okay, can I go to the next one?
No, not now.
Okay.
Go to the next person, please. Remember, we are also asking for the name of the local government, the town. So try and make them to make sure.
Yakila. His own community is Yakila, and Yakila is under Rafi local government of Niger State.
Is there any mineral resources there that people are interested? Any mining activity?
He has said it that there is Zinaria.
Yeah, the gold.
That's in Hausa. Zinaria means gold.
So they are from the same area. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yes.
Dr. Sherry, go ahead.
No, where's the next person?
I think with the next person now.
Yes,
Okay,
I will ask the question.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys, please. Okay, guys, please. Can we have the flute guy, because this is becoming very depressing for me. Can we have the flute guy just to quench this pain? It is painful hearing this experience. Just for 5 minutes, please. Just for 5 seconds, please. If it's available, please, the flute guy. May the soul of the family of our Malam. They killed his father, they killed his mother. How do you describe this? How do you describe this wickedness sponsored by the state government, by the federal government? How do you explain it? In what term? In what capacity? I think this is greater than genocide. If there is a word that is bigger than genocide, please, somebody should borrow me. We can no longer keep quiet. It is happening to our neighbors next door. The UN, the EU, the local and national human rights commission are the people of Benue human beings in your eyes. Are the people of Plateau human beings in your eyes. Are the people of Niger human beings in your eyes. The federal government, all this death happened under the supervision of Muhammad Buhari. He never made a comment. They burn your shop. They cut off your crops. They rape your wife. They kill their children. They burn down their schools. No development. no road, no water. It is worse than genocide. And we are calling on the international community to please look at the plight of the people, of our neighbors. How do you explain a man who has 2 hands and 2 legs? He cannot feed his family. It is evil that has to stop. Please, Stella, continue.
Okay. Can we have the name of the next person? I don't know. Sir, Madam, does she speak English? Hello.
Okay. Can I English for Hausa? Hausa. She can communicate in Hausa.
Okay. Please, can you interpret? I just wanted to know the name. Please.
Say her name is Martha Beatrice.
Okay.
From Kafinkoro.
Okay. Hello.
Niger State.
All right. You're welcome.
Paikoro local government.
All right. Can you explain to us briefly what you've gone through with all that's been going on, personally and your family, please?
Pardon?
Can she tell us a bit about what she's been going through and how it's affected her and her family, please?
Ki bayani yanda yake laluran da kuna cikin a can Kafinkoro.
Laluran da muna ciki a Kafinkoro shine da wayannan bandit suka shiga ran 10 a watan 5 sun gidaje suka yi harbe-harbe suka kama mu wasu a gidaje mu aka kai mu daji tun daga karfe 4 zuwa karfe 3 muka isa daji.
Okay. That the problem they are facing in their community in Kafinkoro, Kafinkoro is like a town. So there are different wards under Kafinkoro. What she's saying is that on the 10th of January, 10th of May, their community was ravaged by bandits. They came, they shot in.
Hello? Hello?
They radically, are we together? Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you went mute for a while. Yes,
So,
I didn't.
a call came through. So,
okay.
Yeah, Madam Stella, sorry. Christian,
came
please
and
off your camera. Christian, off your camera. It's okay, off your camera. Yeah, off your camera. Just, yeah, go on, off your camera. It's okay, off the camera, please.
All right.
Yeah,
I hope it's fine
go
now.
on. Thank you. It's fine. Go on. It's perfect.
All right. That bandits came and ravaged their community and kidnapped a good number of them, of which she is part of those that were kidnapped.
Okay. Is that an area that also has some mining going on or not?
Akwai mineral resources, kaman gold, cozinary aka, akwai a Kafinkoro.
Akwai.
Okay. Me suna wurin da akwai din. Okay. That there is gold in their community. Muye. Okay, Muye. There's gold in Muye. And that is the community where they came and kidnapped them.
Okay, so sorry to hear that. So has she reached out to the government? Has she got any help so far? Has anyone supported her?
She's still explaining.
Okay, sorry.
Muna kuka domin babu bacci muna nema wanda zai taimake mu babu wani lokaci za mu gani jirgi yana zuwa sai mu ga kamar ya zo ne domin ya taimake mu a karshe sai mu gani jirgin ya wuce na abin shi.
That while they were under the kidnappers' den, they suffered so many weeks without any help coming their way. That sometimes they'll see helicopter come to the area where they were kept in the forest. They thought maybe the helicopter was coming to help them and rescue them. But after a while, they would just see the helicopter, would just go back without even reaching their place.
A lokacin da sai aka sa mana kudi, mu kuma a gidaje mu ba mu da kudi. Mun nema wanda zai taimake mu mu yi kuka ga gwamnati na ba mu gan taimako ba.
Okay. That as at that time, they were crying out for help for intervention for people to help them raise money for the kidnapping ransom, but the help could not come from anywhere. It was within the family. They were able to pull some resources together. Maybe they sold certain things to be able to raise some money and paid for the ransom.
Ko za a taimake mu domin a yaye mana wayannan mutane domin mu kasance da salama domin har wayo kafi ba salama ko da an kawo mana sojoji ma babu salama ba mu iya bacci da dare.
That is why when she heard about this program, she tried as much as possible to be here so that they'll be able to cry out to the world and see how they can get peace in their community. Because even when soldiers were brought in up to date, there is no peace in Kafinkoro because they cannot sleep with their mind rest. Because they are hearing that the bandits are mobilizing and planning to attack them again.
Wanda sojojin da za su zo domin su taimaka mana domin a yau haka ba ma iya zuwa gonaki mu bari mu je mu nemi abin da zai taimake mu. Talauci ya riga ya mamaye mu tutu ba ga mu da muka fito daga daji ba babu abinci babu kudi bele ma mu samu wani abin biyan bukata.
Okay, I say as a result of these experiences, they are not able to raise any money to be able to take care of their social needs. Feeding has become a challenge. As a mother, she has many people to feed in her family, and it's very challenging since she can no more visit her farm to be able to raise some products to sell and be able to solve her problem.
Babu kudi da zamu tallafe saboda wannan wahalar da ya shiga da bai kudade sun yawa da muka kashe yanzu yaran mu a makaranta ma wai su ma makarantu ma ya saya domin babu kudin tafiya kuma.
That as she speaks, there is no more school for the children. They can no more afford to pay for school fees. Akwai makaranta har yanzu da suna bude. Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay. She is complaining about higher institution. Now some of our children that are in higher institution, they can no more pay their rents. I mean their school fees because of this challenge. The businesses they have been doing before is no more flowing for them to be able to meet up with their children's school fees that are in higher institution. A garin ku yanzu akwai makaranta?
Akwai amma da yake ana hutu yanzu makaranta ma ba kan hanya kuma ba.
Okay. That as she speak, there is no any school that is running in our community. Me sunan garin ki?
Kafinkoro.
Kafinkoro.
Okay. Thank you very much. So let me conclude at the end. What she does need support with money, shelter, safety, security, and education. And from what she has said, the government, no one has come out to help them. They're helping themselves. That is what I picked up from this. And just to let her know that we sympathize with her and we'll do the best we can after this report. Yes.
All right, the next person, right?
Yes, please. Tell her we'll look into it, and thank her for her time giving us this report. Thank you.
The next person is here from another local government.
Can we have the local government name, please? And
okay, the previous one is the previous woman is from Kafinkoro.
Yes, I got that. This
that
one
is Paikoro local government of Niger State. Paikoro.
Paikoro.
The name of the town is Kafinkoro under Paikoro local government.
Okay. Okay. Hello to is it a Mr. or Madam?
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
What is the name and where?
My name is Temoko Musa. I'm from Shiro local government.
Okay. Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what you've been going through? What has happened so far?
Okay, let me say right from the beginning of this issue of insecurity, that was 2018, we have been facing this problem. A lot of our brothers and sisters were kidnapped during that time. 2019, my blood brother was even among the people that was killed as at that time. So many people that have been killed, and this issue has been going on, even though we have been calling to see if there's anybody that will support us. But as then, our people has been displaced. We are no more in our houses since then. We are no more in our villages, so we don't have any other places. Even during that time, we came to some nearby towns that the issues of the insecurity have not gotten to that level. So there are many, they gave us some IDP camp like that for us to live in. So when we started staying in those IDP camp like that, we are not having what to eat, what to feed on. So as at then, our people decided to go back home since they don't have food. Now that they are at home now, for them to farm now is a problem to them because the bandits are still disturbing us. If you go to farm, if they happen to see you, they may kidnap you. If you go to farm, they happen to see you, anything they see you with it. If you have a motorcycle or anything, if you have money in your pocket, they will collect it from you. And some of the women also, if they wish, they may want and they will sleep with the women that they happen to see anywhere at any time. So as at now, currently, even the farm that we have farmed, now the bandits happens to be in our villages. That the farming that we have farmed, we will not even harvest it because they have left their cattle going around about. That they don't even know the cattle, and the cattle have eaten up all our crops.
So sorry to hear that. This is unfortunate. And you said you've reached out for help. I wanted to find out, when you say that, do you mean the government or who? Who have you reached out for help?
Yes, the government, because when we have to move from our houses that we can almost stay in the villages again, we came, the government, some of the prominent people, let me say, some of the people that happens to be close to the government, we reach out to them that we are here and we don't have farm. So they gave us some schools, like primary school in the town, that the bandits have not gotten to that level. So even if they gave us that place to stay, we are not having food. We thought they would take care of us by maybe sending us food, something that we can feed on us at that time. But there was not any help or any food for us to feed on.
Okay, so what would be the support you would be asking for and you need help for? From what I've picked up now, you mentioned food. And what else would you need the government to help you with?
So, yeah, we need, there are many things that we need. As at now, we don't even have where we can stay. Because even those that are in the villages now, they are not staying in the houses, they do sleep in the bush. So if there will be a place, if the government can support us for a place, let me say that temporarily that we can stay before this issue will be gone, then we need a place that we can stay temporarily. And aside that, if we can have any support in terms of food and other things that we can feed on.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and for what you've reported. Okay, we'll do our best to make sure it reaches to everyone that needs to help. Thank you so much. Yes.
There is a question for the gentleman. Okay. In the chat, someone wanted to know, did any of you notice helicopter lifting up something?
Yeah.
If you got close to the helicopter, lifting up something.
Yes.
They landed. Okay.
Yes, just of recent, there's a helicopter that was, let me say that the bandit shot the helicopter and the helicopter happened to crash. And that was a.
So when it crashed, did you all see what it was in the helicopter? Did you all go there to find out if it has some stuff?
Yeah, it was a Air Force helicopter.
Okay.
You said Air Force.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if we already found out they have gold there, right? I forgot to ask. Did I ask about mining in that area?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a mining that is currently
Yeah, they said yes.
Okay. Stella, sorry. Christian, how many people do we have left? Like, how many people do we have left?
Pardon?
I wonder how many people are we having from Niger State?
From Niger State.
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah.
How many?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, how many people are we having behind? How many people?
I think there are about 9 people.
9 people pending, right?
9 people remaining to be interviewed.
Okay. Okay. Let's go on. Let's go on. Go on.
All right. All right. The next one is.
So, yes. Okay. The next one, yeah, is it, sir, madam?
Miss Nikki.
Sorry, I'm
She said her name is Victoria.
Hello, madam. Yes. What's your name, please?
Victoria Matthew.
Victoria Matthew. Okay,
Matthew.
your local government area, please. Matthew.
When the local government.
Baikoro.
Baikoro, okay. Baikoro or Baikora?
She's from Baikoro local government.
Okay. All right. Please, madam, can you tell us a bit about what you've been through, what has happened, and how it has affected you and your family?
Yanda abubuwa yake a cikin ƙasar Kafi. Yaki na suka iya shigo mana a garinmu babu ne har tare da ni suka doke ni zuwa daji.
Kidnappers, which is bandits, they came to their community. They came to their community and kidnapped them. She's part of those that were kidnapped.
Tare da mijina muka fita muka gudu.
They kidnapped she and her husband.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Tare da mijina suka kama mu, suka kashe shi, suna ce haya su kashe mijina za su wuce tare da ni. Sai suka ce wai karya ne na yi ba mijina ba ne. Suka wuce tare da ni. Har da juna biyu nake amma ba su bar ni ba, su wuce tare da ni.
That they kidnapped she and her husband and they killed the husband in her presence. They wanted taking her away after killing her husband. She complained that why did they kill the husband, yet they still want to take her away. They say she's lying, that he's not her husband, and they still took her away.
Muka je muka kai daji. Muna ta shan wahala ba abinci, ba ruwan sha balma wanka.
That they took them to the forest. There was no provision for food, no provision for water, nothing for them to eat, no food.
Kirgin zai iya zauri ya leka har guda biyu amma ba abin da zai yi. Muna ga kamar zai tamake mu amma ba zai tamake mu ba sai ya leka har ya je wuce.
That helicopter usually come and hovers around where they were kept in the forest. The helicopter will come and hover around. They thought maybe help has come, but at the end of the day, the helicopter will still go away without helping them. Jirigidi then as well. In a sokowa, put the run ne wuche kwe. That the helicopter will come and hover around and still go away without helping them. Until this day, they are still running for their lives in their village. That they cannot go to their farms because their mind is not settled. Even if they go, they will not be able to do anything meaningful because of the fear of kidnap. The name of their community is Abulu. That there is gold in their community in Abulu. But when they go there, they only go and stress. They only go and stress, and at the end of the day, what they'll come back home with will not be more than 200 naira. That they used to help those people to dig ground so that they will help them to dig out the gold.
Wow.
Wanene yasa kuwa na aiki. Nagina kasan. Kunje nima naku. Okay, that they usually go to the gold site to dig the ground to get gold. Idan kun samu gold din. Kuna saida ko kuna saida ma wani?
Kuna saida wa wani.
Kun san suna mutane da kuna saida ma?
Na san su dan.
Me suna mutun da din? Adamu. Adamu what?
Yeah. So how much were they paid a day for the mining? Sorry, I didn't get. You said 200 naira or 2,000 naira a day.
200 naira.
200 naira a day for mining.
Yeah. That when they get the gold, there are some people that they used to hand over the gold to, and one of them, his name is Adamu.
He doesn't know the last name.
He doesn't know the other name. You only know him as Adamu.
Okay, so how many of them were captured or kidnapped? Are there many of them? Were they rescued?
Bokway. That there are 12 in number that were kidnapped from Abulu community.
Are they all free now or still in captivity?
That there are 7 in number.
Okay. All right. Very unfortunate. Can she tell us what support she would like? Or first of all, has she asked anyone for help in that local government area or the governor of any sort? Has she got any support?
Okay, when you tamoko de antaba kinsamu tundeke wana aka kidnapping na kuwa ziranku. That so far they've not received any help from the government or any organization.
Okay, but have they reported it?
Magana ma wurin gwamnati laruran da kuna cikin a garin ku. That they've made a report to the government, but there is no any help for them.
Okay. Tell her that I said thank you so much for her time. Because we have others to also speak to. I'm so grateful for her time, and this because she has reported it, it will definitely be looked into. That is why we're having this press conference. Okay, thank you so much.
I have
Dr. Sherry.
There is one question for her, please.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Before the question, before the question, we have a victim from Justice for Jaws. Please, can you mute your mic, please? Can you mute your mic, please? Hello, Christian, please mute your mic, please. Hello, Christian. Thank you. Mute your mic. Thank you. Yeah, we have a victim from Justice for Jaws. Mr. Emmanuel Ogibe, please can we have those the sister that was badly affected? I just came from the hospital yesterday. To our sister NGOs, all over the world, to our partners and friends, to the neighbor of the MidleBelt, Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Ondo, Ekiti, Lagos State, throughout the nations of Nigeria, to the good security guys in the DSS and the police and what have you. These are eyewitness testimony. This is not the voters' watch cooking stories. And this is one of the reasons why we brought everyone to speak to the world. I want to acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of NADECO USA. Before the end of the section, we're going to be having individual a general conversation where all the NGOs, civil societies, and human rights platforms who are present here would have the time to make one or two contributions into the issues happening here. I just want to acknowledge the presence of the PFM chairman for Kaduna State, for Plateau State, for Niger State, for Benue State, and for Nasarawa State. I just want to say thank you for availing your presence, and also all the traditional rulers who are present, badly affected by this genocide. It is a genocide, nothing else, nothing less from being a genocide. Thank you. So please, Dr. Emmanuel, are you here, please? Can we have those victims that got brutalized, and one of them was just left the hospital yesterday? Thank you. Emmanuel, please, if you are here, the floor is yours.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, hi. I hope you can hear me. My name is Emmanuel Ogebe, and I want to thank you all for providing this space for the voiceless. I want to quickly acknowledge Neyman, a seminarian who was killed in Kaduna the day before yesterday, just to show you how tragically this is continuing on a daily basis. Before we go on, I want to find out, is Mamaki still here? He was here a while ago, and he is a double amputee from Jos, from the bombing, a Christmas bombing conducted by Boko Haram. Just to show you that we're dealing with multiple victims on multiple strains of terrorism in Nigeria. Mamaki, if you're here, please indicate. If not, Masara Kim, I saw you a moment ago.
Masara Kim is here.
Yeah, Masara Kim is a conflict reporter, and he's here with us. Masara was the gentleman who was discharged from hospital yesterday. Is he here?
Yeah, he is on this call. He's been struggling with poor reception. I mean, signal, very weak signals. Because he is he has returned back to his community, which is about 20 miles from Jos. Let me try to get him on screen. He is actually on this call. Danjuma Emmanuel, can you hear me? Please unmute your mic and let's have you on screen.
Can you see me?
Great.
The picture is not showing.
And that's fine. As a victim, it's fine that it's not seen.
Okay, great.
I can see him now. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just have him talk for himself. By the way, he is actually the principal of Beko Comprehensive High School that was attacked on the 11th of August, and he was a survivor. Actually, it was an attack by terrorists identifying as members of the Fulani ethnicity who stormed his school. He is the vice principal of that school, and they launched an attack on that school and killed 2 people. He survived with a gunshot. I think he should be in a better position to explain. Danjuma, you have the floor. 2023, please. Last August, just this August, 11th of August, 2023.
That's what. Hello. Hello.
Danjuma, please go on.
I think his network is not good.
Yeah, he's constantly frozen.
Do you want to speak?
Maybe you should, if you can hear me,
please,
maybe you should just mute your what's it called now? Just turn off your camera, maybe your video camera, and let's just have your voice, just so we can have some clearer signals there. Just turn off your video. Just turn off your video and leave, and just go on with the audio, just so we can have some good reception.
So can you hear that now?
Yeah, yes. It's much better now.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right. Good day, House.
Good day, my brother.
Yes. I am correcting the name. Is Daliop Emmanuel?
Thank you.
Not Danjuma.
Yeah, I actually needed to clear that out from my because it's been, I mean, I reported on that a day after it happened, so I didn't have enough time to go back to my report to extract that name correctly. I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much. The said event took place on the 14th August, setting the record straight.
Thank you again.
Well, I teach in a school.
2023, yes. Clarify. Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So, well, we were in school as staff, preparing to close the school after issuance of result. And of course, the hosting of speech and prize given day, the maiden edition. Now, around 2 p.m., unknowingly to us, the Fulani herdsmen who had marauded the entire community grazing, I think without any provocation from the staff, because of course we're enlightened and so we're civil in approach. There was no prior altercation which could be provocative. But then in the history of the school has never been attacked. I want to set that straight. So straight to the point, 2 of our teachers were fired, were gunshot. I was rushed to the hospital and referred to Jos University Teaching Hospital because I was stabbed on the lower part of the abdomen, a penetrating abdominal injury. So I survived narrowly, and I received treatment, and I returned home. But then let me allude to the early speakers who have given us a comprehensive overview of the attacks. I appear to have similarity of approach. But yes, it is land grabbing. But most fundamentally, yeah, we are going to have a huge food crisis because this community, Cree community, is highly agrarian, virtually 95% of the population. By early May, these people began to attack us. When I say these people, not the usual rhetoric of unknown gunmen, but the known classified Fulani herders whose settlements we know. And where they settle here close to us is called Fas. And that name is a Birom community. But it came under a heavy attack by these Fulanis from the 2000s in the first century, the 21st century. So they attacked this community, annexed, ostracized the people, and now a way of colonization. So they colonized the place. They now use this place as, you know, a headquarter of all the machinations, the attacks on Kwi here, the attacks on Haipang, which you mentioned, the attacks on Kuru, on all of the places here is being formulated in that place. And this is how they do it. And it is good that the whole world knows this, that they recruit mercenaries from all over the country, and in fact, across the borders, from Niger, from Zamfara, the bandits, you know, they are brought in here. And then, of course, we have heard that the Boko Haram that were dispatched also are here, and they are mobilized from Niger Republic, from Chad, etc. And when they form their base here, it is a base where they now calculate where to attack. And it comes in a guerrilla form. In the night, one, it comes. When you're in your farm, it comes. When you're traveling as an unwary traveler, you are attacked. And it's virtually on soft targets, both in the night, in the daytime. You know, so in addition to food crisis, to food insecurity, we have lost lives here. Right from 2001, we have remained perpetual victims with very little, minimal, or even zero intervention from government, from NGOs, from all of those. So as it is now, as I speak to you, my hamlet is called Hegwe, Gwe, Lompas, Rachos, all of these places. These communities are in perpetual danger. One, there is no food because the farms have been destroyed. They are poor, and the means of livelihood is attacked by these headers. And government gives us a little or even zero attention. You don't hear arrests. That is what baffles me. There is a lawless society, and you don't hear arrest. The attacker comes and attacks, retreats home, relaxes without hindrance, and launches another attack another day. And so we are left to defend ourselves, and we are defenseless. So for that reason, I must say that we need at this point, one, that there should always be investigations, possible arrests when these attacks go on, so that in criminal justice proceedings, there's something we call deterrence. If you do not punish the criminal, he will have the effrontery to even attack more next time. So government has failed in this, and we see that there is lawlessness on this. So if this is not done, these Fulanis have become more sophisticated than ever, because the arms they use, the weapons they use, are weapons of mass destruction. And of course, they have become so professional in the attacks. The manipulations, the AK-47s they have, is as though they manufactured it themselves. So they have huge firepower, and we know that there was connivance with government and security agencies, because the nature of the attacks means that they are well trained, they are more professional, and they unleash terror on these unsuspecting members of the public who are going about their normal routine businesses of life.
Thank you very much, Dalio, for that, eloquent narration of what transpired.
Thank you.
I just want to ask, did you receive any medical assistance from the government?
Well, I think the local government made a little intervention. The local government specifically speaking.
Okay.
And individuals, relations, and all of that also did that, because it was a major surgery. So the intervention came from these places.
Yes. So I wanted to ask that question because yesterday, the Nigerian government reported that there are 8 million IDPs in the Northeast, whereas there are multiple interventions from USAID and other international organizations in the Northeast. USAID is not doing anything in the MidleBelt to assist the millions of IDPs and victims of this conflict in the MidleBelt. Thank you very much also for articulating the needs. You mentioned impending food crisis, because 90% of the people in that area are agrarian in their work. Now, I want to quickly go to Masara Kim, who was an eyewitness to a massacre perpetrated by the Nigerian troops in Mangu. So we're not talking about Fulanis now, we're talking about the Nigerian security forces. And this occurred in Nigeria last month while I was there. On the 2 occasions I went to Plateau, there were attacks both nights and people were killed. So it's a very serious genocide that's going on. So Masara Kim, as I mentioned, is a conflict journalist or a reporter in conflicts, and he's going to briefly tell us what happened with the Nigerian military.
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. And quickly again, just to say that I am actually a reporter at Truth Nigeria. My managing editor, Douglas Burton, just shared a link to the report, the incidents that Daliop just narrated. The incident in particular that Emmanuel is referring to occurred on the 7th of August 2023, merely hours after terrorists launched an attack on the outskirts of the town of Mangu, which is located 42 miles southeast of Jos, the capital of Plateau State. During that attack, phone calls were made to a forward operating base in the town of phone calls. The residents told us that they made phone calls to a forward operating base in the town of Mangu itself, which is just about a mile away from the village that was under attack on that night of the 6th of August. But then the soldiers didn't show up until 2 hours later, when the attackers had killed 4 people, including a pregnant woman, and had retreated to the surrounding mountains, and they were already making their way out of the village. Now, on arrival, the soldiers, instead of going after these terrorists, despite being armed with a gun truck, an armored personnel carrier that had 2 anti-aircraft guns attached to it, and their assault rifles and all of that, the team of about 10 soldiers did not go after the soldiers. Instead, they disarmed the local civilian volunteers that had intervened to push back or delay these attackers, enabling women and children to evacuate, thereby keeping the casualty as low as 4 that was recorded. In fact, 2 of those civilian volunteers were arrested for bearing single shots, homemade single shot guns, that barely cover up to 50 meters, which are, by the way, approved by the Nigerian laws, for self-defense. So they arrested them. They disarmed, others, and then arrested these ones and took them to their base in the Mangu town. By the morning of 7th August, women and children, most of whom were IDPs, they had been displaced by mass attacks that had killed more than 350 Christians from the 16th of May 2023 and the days following, and were camping in IDP camps around about 11 IDP camps in the town of Mangu, gathered and began to demand for accountability over what had happened. So they blocked the roads, and they were, waving tree branches and singing gospel songs, and demanding that the soldiers, first of all, release their members who were arrested for simply intervening in a situation that, the soldiers themselves failed to intervene in. And they were also demanding accountability, because because the chief of army staff just in June launched a special operation in Mangu called Operation Hakorin Damisa. And during the launch, General Lagbaja did emphasize that that operation was aimed at stamping out the mass terrorism that was ongoing, the genocide that had been persisting since the 16th of May. He did deploy more than 300 soldiers for that operation with more than 40 armored personnel carriers, each of which has 2 anti-aircraft guns attached to it. So the women wanted explanation. If you were here to stop the attacks, and yet they are still happening, as a matter of fact, just 1 mile away, and despite our phone calls, despite the sound of gunshots, despite the voices of women and children screaming out for help, you did not show up until after 2 hours. And even when you arrived that late, you still, instead of going after the terrorists, you still went after us. Then what exactly is going on? You need to explain to us. But here is where the drama happened.
Yes,
these women,
Kim,
as they marched,
since the article has been posted, people will have a chance to read all the details. But if you could zero in on what happened with the military, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as of the time I arrived, the scene, the protest venue at about 11 a.m. local time, I personally witnessed and did take footages. I did take video clips of the soldiers opening fire on those protesters. Right in front of me, one of the protesters was shot dead, and in fact, the soldiers ran their truck over his corpse on the ground as they were shooting. While the women and children were running, for safety. I was also, running for cover. But then again, my camera was on, and I was. If I ever share the clip with you, you should be able to see, the chaos in the background and also hear the gun, the gun blast in the background. Now, that young man was killed, and as they, of course he was shot and killed, but they still ran, their truck over him, as they charged through the crowd of protesters. And 2 other women were killed prior to but that was prior to my arrival. 2 other women were killed, and several others were shot. They were injured. In fact, last Friday I met one of them who was shot in the neck. Right, she was shot in the neck, and she had just been discharged, from the hospital. Now, that's just one of the numerous incidences, of violations, human rights violations by the military. On the 24th of April, Doug and I, who is, by the way, on this call, reported on a similar incident, about 15 miles southwest of Jos. Where
at this point, Masara, maybe we should let Doug take up the narrative of that situation. Let me quickly introduce Doug. Doug Button is a former diplomat who is an astute journalist, one of the top reporters on Nigeria in recent times, and he has, covered a lot of this conflict in Nigeria. So, Doug, thank you very much for being here. I know the notice was very short. I just told you about this yesterday, and you were able to make it. But could you go ahead and give us a little more perspective on what happened? Thanks, Masara.
Thank you.
Doug, you're going to need to unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Can you unmute? Unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good.
Okay, I forgot. Okay, I was listening to Masara. He gave a good report. What would you like me to talk about?
He was talking about the second incident of August, which you all reported on, involving the military.
Yeah, well, I posted the story. Now it's an atrocity, and it's worthy of a war crime tribunal in the Hague, and it's happened before. Has been at least one other shooting of women that we've covered before. I've seen this kind of incident happen a couple of years ago in southern Kaduna. What happened is that the soldiers got embarrassed. The women I was about 200 or 300 women were pressing around the armored personnel carriers right in front of the forward operating base. And the soldiers claimed they were shooting in the air, but they certainly weren't. They killed 2 people right off. They killed 2 people. They shot one poor man. I think he's named in the story. And then before his body could be taken away, he was run over by one of the gun trucks, and he was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. So this is, by the way, there are differing accounts. Some people say 3 people were killed in this incident. Some say 2 people. But just let me point out the parallel. Let's look at the parallel to 40 years ago, to Kent State, Ohio. Kent State, Ohio. We had 3 students who were killed by National Guardsmen who were protesting the Vietnam War, and the guardsmen got scared because the students were throwing rocks or whatever. So they fired live ammunition out, and they killed 3 or 4 students right there. And that atrocity became wall-to-wall coverage in the United States. For days and days and days. There was outrage over the National Guard shooting of the 4 students on Kent State campus. And would you be surprised to know that Truth Nigeria is the only media in Plateau State that covered the shooting of unarmed civilians who were expressing their freedom of speech? But that's the fact. As I pointed out in the comment, TBC News Channel, and give it credit for having a video report the next day about the shooting. They had a reporter and right there standing next to Masara Kim, and they omitted the part about the soldiers shooting the civilians, which should be a public trial, and it still can be if lawmakers in Plateau State would get out of hiding underneath their desk and stand up like men and show some gumption and point out an atrocity when it's right on their doorstep. Governor Caleb Mutwang should have gone to the town. It's his town. It's his backyard. He should have been standing on top of his desk in Jos and demanding a public inquiry, and he didn't. So if the governor of a state can be cowed and ashamed and shown to be a gutless coward in front of the nation, how do you expect low-level cops and soldiers to do anything more than that?
So, so that was part of the update. I was in the country when it occurred, and frankly, I should confess to you all that Doug was the one who alerted me to that incident from America. That's how good his sources are. And the fact of the matter is, the information was being suppressed even within Nigeria. And I had to reach out to the authorities to find out if they could confirm it. Masara provided me with the evidence, and that was when we went public with it and issued a press statement. And again, we've said that we want to take this issue to the International Criminal Court, since nothing is being done locally to address it. But the point, the reason why I thought it was important for us to hear this is that in addition to Boko Haram terrorists, in addition to Fulani terrorists, we now have terrorism by Nigerian security forces continuing under this administration. They had occurred consistently under Buhari, and they are continuing again under this administration. And so we want to definitely escalate this to the international community as much as possible. Now, quickly, I'll reach out to one more of our guests, and then we can go back to the people from Niger. Is Reverend Steve here? Reverend Stephen, are you around?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Great, Reverend Stephen, thank you so much, for being here. I know you've been here since we began 2 hours ago, and I know you just returned from the US, so you're tired, but you made the effort to be here. Could you just share with us very briefly your heroic encounter? As you all know, priests are highly endangered species in Nigeria, and Reverend Stephen here is one of the few that came back alive and is able to tell us his experience from a few months ago. Wow. Padre, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Please permit me to keep my mic muted. I hope that's okay by everybody. But my camera rather. So good afternoon, good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Doug Burton. I think he also covered my story when I was kidnapped last year. Mine happened last year. And to be honest with you, listening to everybody, I feel can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So like listening to everybody speak, honestly, I feel really, really traumatized. I mean, I just feel scared. I don't know. I'm feeling as if they are actually even coming after me right in this room. But last year, my own incident happened from this 25th of May to the 26th of June. I was right on my bed when this just showed up and tapped me and just said to me, Katashi Kaibaki. In other words, and I saw a huge trunk of people with guns and cutlasses and knives. We're about 4 in the house, myself with another priest with 2 siblings who became collateral damages in the incident, Ummi and Hassan. And we began trekking. It just took us around 12 midnight, and we began trekking out of the house. We trekked for 2 days. When we arrived where we were going to, they flogged the hell out of us. But before then, when I knew they actually came for me, they were asking Irani father, where is the priest? And I kept quiet for a while. We kept trekking because we were 3 men, so they didn't know who exactly was the priest. But I knew they were coming for him because they actually sent me a note that they wanted to come for me almost a month before they came. So eventually, when they came, at some point, I had to ask everybody to stop, and I just said to them, Nini father, I am the priest. And I begged them to please let the others go. It's obvious they all came for me. When they were sure I identified myself, they say, well, if you're the priest, we'll go with you, but we'll also go with everybody. So after trekking for 2 days, we arrived where we were going to, and they welcomed us with a serious round of beating. They asked us a very simple question: Zakushashai, will you take tea? And then all of us just said, innocently, we just said yes. And they came and flogged whatever they could flog. They beat whatever they could beat. One of my fingers actually got removed. I didn't know what actually removed the finger. It was after the beating, I just realized that I lost part of my finger that day. And we remained in that situation without beating, without brushing our mouth, without brushing our teeth. After 33 days, I don't want to bore you because the stories are really, really traumatizing. After 33 days, as we are about to be released, one of them asked me a question. Father, Zaka gafarta mana bayan duk abin da muka yi muku. Will you still forgive us after all you have done to us? After all that were done to you? With pains in my heart, I looked at them in the eyes. Fulani man doesn't believe in forgiveness. He believes that if he has done you something, at some point you will still revenge, because that is his mindset. And truly, I said to them, well, with the way I am, and I really meant it. And while we were coming back, the Fulani man who picked me said to me that, Father Canada, sir, Father, you are very lucky that we were told to actually collect the money on your head and still kill you. But whenever we sit down to decide on taking your life, something keeps happening. We are not able to do that. Now, I just want to narrow it down to all these other stories I've heard, and then the needs, and then I heard a lot of questions. People last week, as Emmanuel said, last 2 weeks I was in the US, and I had the opportunity of speaking with the United States Institute for Peace, and the part of the State Department also were there, and I shared with them my experiences, and I told them, for me, I personally did not receive any kind of support from anybody, but I'm a priest, and all my life is to be able to give back to the society what I feel God has put in my heart. So we began an initiative called Trauma Victims Initiative, really to be able to journey with the victims in our own little capacity. So we function mainly around Katsina. I was kidnapped in Katsina State. We function mainly around Katsina. We tried to have counselors, doctors, nurses as volunteers to be able to journey with those who have been kidnapped and released. Food is extremely important. Assistance is extremely important, but something that is not also there is that psychological counseling to be able to journey with those who have been traumatized. So I spoke with the USIP and they were asking me a question. They said, so what kind of model? First of all, they asked me who I think are behind the perpetrators of the violence in Nigeria. I just shook my head and I smiled. I said, well, it depends on who you talk to. But as for me, a Nigerian and a priest and a citizen, no government ask after me. So if an APC person comes here to talk to you, I'm sure you know what he's going to say, but I can talk to you as a person who has been a victim. Nobody looked for me. No government asked me how I'm doing. No government even mentioned my name anywhere as somebody who has been victimized. So I can tell you, to be able to say that, what do I think? You know better than myself what it is. So depending on who you are talking to, but I can personally, as a person, I see the government completely and liably involved in all that. And I quoted General Abacha before them. I said to them, Abacha have had it say that if a crisis goes beyond 24 hours, the government is certainly involved. So the USIP, you don't need to ask too many questions. I didn't look too far to know exactly who and who is behind what is happening. So basically for me, I came out by the grace of God. I came out humiliated. I went through the worst trauma, through the worst humiliation of my life. But when I came out, I said to myself, well, let this be a stepping stone into joining with those who have really gone through this crisis. So last week we began, having sessions with many victims of trauma around Zamfara. So we every month we try to take like 10 people to be able to assess them, listen to their stories, journey with them. Whatever little contribution we can give them, we look for it and we give it to them. But there was one particular story I heard in one of our sessions for last month rather, and I'll just share with you because we have an ongoing session with some of the victims. One of those who shared with us last month gave a story of his own personal kidnapping. And his kidnapping was, of course, the normal thing. They'll pick you, you journey for days, they'll beat you and all of that. But his own was very shocking to all of us. And I want to say it the way it is and the way we heard it. And anybody can confirm his particular story. I think his name is Musa also. Musa said when they picked them, they kept them in a cave. This is somewhere, I'm sure, around that Gwari. They kept them in a cave. And the cave where they kept them was a cave for a snake. But as of the time they kept them, the snake was not around. So the snake went on fishing. So towards evening, they were 4. After beating them, they tied their hands and tied their legs. Towards evening, the snake came back. And when it entered the cave, it must be a very mighty snake. The snake saw all of them. So it naturally became angry to attack all of them. So the snake was becoming violent, trying to get back at them. So the kidnappers ran to assist their victims. And when they came, they saw the snake trying to pounce on them. They were trying to kill the snake. So the victims who were on the ground said to the kidnappers, no, we shouldn't kill the snake. That we are the ones that came and met the snake in his house. What we can do is to appeal to the snake to please be patient with us. We are here on some kind of unfortunate circumstances. In a short while, inshallah, Zamubarnam, we'll live here. So the kidnapper now said to the victim, because when Musa was telling this story, everybody became scared and afraid. He said, well, so if you tell the snake this, will the snake say, well, let's try. So they now turned to the snake and said to the snake, please, we are not going to kill you. We are not going to fight you. Forgive us. You can see we are harmless. Our legs are tied. If you can just move away. we're not going to kill you. So the snake became less aggressive, came down, and moved further away to a tree. Instead of staying inside the cave, he went and stayed beside the tree. And the snake will go out in the morning and come back and stay close to this tree without touching and harming the victims who were already sitting in this cave. And I think they said they were still there for the next 2 or 3 weeks in that situation with their legs and their hands. So the kidnappers still did not move them away, even after they have seen that they are keeping them in the house of a snake that has an established residence there in that cave. So those are the kind of stories we hear from our victims every year, every month. And like I said, when I was listening to Masara and to Dawson and many others, honestly, I feel really, really traumatized. So what are the needs? As much as we try to garner support for victims all across the country, and especially in Benue, Jos, and Southern Kaduna, very unfortunately, we lost a seminarian and the parish. I mean, so shameful. We also want to say that we have victims that we're also joining with, at least around Katsina. But our aim is to be able to move across the country because we know that trauma is everywhere. I want to move as much as possible to be able to assist victims of trauma with counseling and other forms of de-traumatization program. So thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity, for giving voices to many who don't have the voice. Thank you, Emmanuel Gebe, my very good friend. I was with his parents some last week in Creek, Texas, and thank you to the journalist. I mean, he's almost a Nigerian. I don't know how he gets his sources, but he is so reliable, really. Burton, you are just incredibly wonderful. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Yes, thank you very much, Father, for sharing your pain with us. And again, you know, we all know the story of Leah, the young high school kid who refused to deny her faith in front of the terrorists and has been taken and is in captivity now for almost 5 years. Reverend Steve is one of such courageous people because they didn't know who the Reverend Father was, and he identified himself and offered himself to be taken and for the others to be left. But let me add a part of his story here, which is that there were two siblings who were traveling to Sokoto, which is their base, and decided to stop at his parsonage for safety and shelter because of the killing of Deborah Emmanuel in Sokoto. That was how they stopped at his parsonage. There were riots in Sokoto after Deborah was burnt alive. And for their safety, they stopped at his parsonage, only to be abducted from the parsonage. Now, for all of us, we know that parsonages are places of shelter and refuge. In most countries, they're recognized in international conflict as safe havens. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, they've become targets. But this is very interesting. One of the siblings was a Muslim and one was a Christian. And when they were abducted, the terrorists, when they found out that the brother was a Muslim, they said to him, if you had fallen into the hands of another gang, they would have let you go because you're a Muslim. But our own particular gang, we do not release Muslims who are together with Christians. Can you imagine? And so when they ultimately were released, they realized that it was dangerous for them to remain in Sokoto because one is a Christian, one is a Muslim. And unfortunately, they couldn't get resources to school elsewhere. But thanks to Reverend Steve, they were able to relocate them to a school in southern Nigeria for their safety. But there was no institutional support to make that happen. It only happened by his private arrangement. So these are the realities of what people are dealing with even post kidnap in Nigeria. So I think that's it for now. And I would like to make some remarks later, but I want us to focus on the victims because they are why we're here. So you may continue with the victims from Niger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You don't know how much grateful we are. And the world is now feeling the pain, the way the MidleBelt is feeling the pain. I just want to apologize to the Reverend Father that we collectively from the West, from the South, from all parts of Nigeria, we are sorry for the experiences you've gone through. Just freedom of association that is guaranteed in law, in our constitution, and you almost lost your life. Now, you can imagine the experience of somebody telling you, we could have killed you. Sorry, we don't kill Christians that we see with Muslims. So imagine what happens. Everyone in the MidleBelt has become a chess in this broad business, transactional terrorism. And everyone, let the world knows that those that kept mute, those that kept quiet in the face of ridicule, when the stone of justice will fall, it will come upon both the innocent and the non-innocent. Our neighbor next door to this Plateau, Niger State, Kaduna State, Katsina State. If you think you are in Lagos and you refuse to talk, you think you are in Abuja, you refuse to talk, you could be our neighbor next door. The scenarios are painful. The scenarios are, I don't even know how to explain this. This is human inhuman to a fellow human. And I want to say this categorically to all the sponsors of this evil against our people. Your days are numbered. Because we are not keeping quiet in the face of ridicule, and the stone of justice will fall on you. Please, where is our brother, the flute guy, before we continue with our people from Niger State? Please, kindly remove this from us. It is a, oh God. Is the coach still here?
Tukoja, I don't see him. But Osaji, oh.
May the soul of the departed,
through the mercy of
may
God,
the
rest in
soul,
perfect.
may the soul of the departed across our nation, may their soul rest in peace.
Through the mercy of God, rest in perfect peace.
We are telling Muhammad in Castina, you do not die in vain. You are a Nigerian. You are a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your blood is not wasted. Amina in Niger State, you do not die in vain. Matthew in Taraba, you do not die in vain. The nation of Nigeria failed you. And this is why we are crying that the evil that they did, that was committed against you, your family, some of them were killed, some of them were burnt alive, some of them were raped. To Malam, you might not be with us on this conference, but your spirit is here because you are the special guest of honor. Malam, whom spoke against this banditry, and they came to your house, rape your wives before you, rape your children before you, kidnapped your little children, set your house ablaze, and also kill you. Please have mercy upon Nigeria. We are saying that when you are in Nigeria, your life, your blood is important, and we have recognized the evil that was done to you by the Nigerian state. Please, please, and please, may your spirit not haunt the land anymore. We will speak on your behalf. We have become the voice that you needed that was never provided. Please, where is our guy? Give us that flute again. Then we'll continue with the expert with the victim testimony.
Asagi, I have a follow-up question from the chat for the victims. Can I do that so that we don't skip that?
Before you do that, please, Reverend Father Stephen, we are sorry for what has happened to you. We are taking responsibility as Wazobia, as pan-Nigerian, and we are saying that we'll not keep quiet. Never again are we going to keep quiet. And please, everyone, follow the genocide tracker.ng for you to have updates. We are going to be providing weekly, monthly, daily updates on genocide. And also to all the imams, to all the pastors, to all the Christians or the Muslims that have been killed, please, we have recognized you. Let peace reign in the land. Please go on, Peter. Thank you.
Asagi, Peter, before you go on, I can relate to the story of the snake, which reminds me exactly of my Biafran experience in Afia attack in 1969, 1970, when the Civil War, Nigerian Civil War, just ended. And I was chased into an anthill by the Nigerian soldiers. What I ran into there was a cobra snake. And I was there for eternity. They didn't know I was in the anthill. People hear stories and they think, oh, it's just fairy tales. They are not fairy tales. They are real. because I was in that anthill, just in by the Nigerian soldiers. And I was there for eternity until the Nigerian soldiers passed. And as you can see, I was faced between the Nigerian soldiers and the snake. I chose the snake. Because after being stared down by the snake, and the snake realized I was not harmless. I was harmless. I didn't come for him. The snake decided to retract and left. So to all the watchers, all the viewers that have just listened to that story about the snake, it is real. It's been a personal experience. And this is many years after the war have ended. And they said, no victor, no vanquish. I still stand on my statement. There's been a victor, there's been a vanquish.
Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Thank you. So for Adam, if you may describe, if you remember, they wanted you to, if you can describe the people that kidnapped you, you know, because we are very close to them. If you can describe that person any day, the person, I think, that killed somebody, if you any day in the coming years, the person is brought to you, can you remember them? If you still have a vague idea, we want you to start putting a sketch down. That is one comment that came across. Then, to all the victims, do you know the name of the firm or individual that owned the mining factory in your area? Is it the government? Is it an individual? Have you had a name of a company that owns that? So our people wants to know. And then a young lady said they were kept for days in captivity. Someone wanted to have an idea how many days. So these three questions, I hope the person that brought them is here. If he can tell us or give us answer to these questions. Thank you. Let's see. Otherwise, Asad, you may have to call the next person if they are not available to give us an answer, but we have to find a way to get the answer to the questions.
Christian, are you here? While we were talking, the chairperson, Nigeria Democratic Movement, joined the platform. The person of Bertrand Chi. We have the representative of NADECO, NADECO USA. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for everyone who have joined this conference. I'm trying. Christian, are you still here? I think they joined it from a very far place. Let's have the flute guy. Why I try to get across to Christian, because I wouldn't want any of those victims to feel disenfranchised. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this stage, while we wait for other victims, we'll be bringing Barrister Austin, Austin KSQ to make his remark on the things that he's had so far. I will try one more time to get the victims. After Austin, if those victims are not available, then we'll move to the general to the general conversation. Thank you. Barrister Austin Okike. Okay, if Austin Okeke is not available, just to balance the report, Madam Stella, please kindly take the report for Benue State. Yeah. General conversation will make our remarks and recommendations to the government, then we'll end the conference. Madam Stella, please.
Emmanuel Ogembe's hand is up, just to let you know, as soon as Madam Stella finishes.
Okay, Emmanuel, please go on while we get Madam Stella to get the report for Benue ready. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So by way of introduction, I'm a human rights lawyer. I have worked on the conflict in Nigeria since the era of General Abacha, who was head of state. And I want to share a few things with us that will help us understand what is going on in Nigeria. Yes, well, 2 days ago, the Court of Appeal in Nigeria reinforced state capture of Nigeria. Now, what I want us to understand is that that state capture is the takeover of the machinery of government. But the second aspect to that state capture is land capture. And that land capture is being done by the Fulani syndicates across the West African region. And let me give you just a few quick examples of how this happened. One of the earlier speakers mentioned El Rufai and the fact that he went out of Nigeria to go and inform some Fulanis that he was now the head of a state in Nigeria, and he paid them not to kill in that state. That's what he told us he told them to do. But it is not a coincidence that Kaduna is now the kidnap capital of Nigeria. There are kidnapped villages in Kaduna, and the military is aware of them and so on and so forth, and nothing has happened to them. Now, so while the Fulani are importing fighters from abroad, we have a situation where Nigeria is exporting capital to Niger. So if you do not realize it, Nigeria has indirectly been a colony of the Fulani for several years now. What they've done in recent times is to take over and Fulanize the government, while their ground troops infiltrate the land areas of Nigeria. If you go to most states in Nigeria now, they're entrenched in the forests and even in the creeks. Now, I want to draw our attention to the jihad of 1804. And this is very important to note. What we're doing today is so significant because our southern brothers and brethren have reached out to recognize the pain of us in the Middle Belt. But we have an even greater significance. This Middle Belt and the South are the buffer and the blockade between the North and the Atlantic. Why is this important? Tafawa Balewa said that their objective is to dip the Quran in the Atlantic. And so every foray to try and penetrate to the Atlantic, they encounter the Middle Belt and the South. Now, let me point something out. The last battle in which Danfodio was fatally wounded was with the thieves in Benue State of today. And so from that era, it was the MidleBelt that protected the South from the invasion and conquest by Danfodio and his forces. And that same MidleBelt is now under intense attack as they try to break through to the Atlantic. But here is what has happened. A lot of people don't realize the significance of what happened on that February 25th election. We saw somebody from the South who decided to take the Atlantic to the North. And that is the alliance that APC formed. It is an Islamic alliance to keep Nigeria under conquest. Now, let me point out a couple of things here that I think are highly significant. One of our speakers talked about what happened in Kaduna State. El Rufai, the same man who imported Fulani killers into his state and made it the capital of kidnap in Nigeria, that same man wanted to redesignate areas, Christian areas of Southern Kaduna as emirates. And the one Southern Kaduna chief who resisted it went for a meeting with El Rufai, and on his way coming back from that meeting was ambushed and killed. And the areas in his state that had resisted the emirates designation were carved out as emirates. That's Kaduna State. Let us look at Plateau State. In Plateau State, between Bauchi Plateau and Kaduna State, over 200 communities have been taken over, displaced and taken over by Fulanis in the span of about 10 years. Over 200 communities. Now, here's what is intriguing. In Plateau State, those communities were renamed with Fulani names by the occupiers. And here's what is even more bizarre. The federal government awarded and approved projects to be conducted in those occupied communities using the names that the Fulani occupiers gave on them. If you had any doubt before now that there's an orchestrated policy of displacement and occupation, this is the proof of that happening in Nigeria. In Benue State, we know the situation as well. We have hundreds of thousands of farmers who are displaced and are in IDP camps for years, threatening the food security of the MidleBelt, as someone earlier mentioned. Except that since last year, the Fulanis have been going to attack the IDPs in the IDP camps. So it is not enough that they dislodge them from their villages. Now they're dislodging them from the IDP camps. Now, I was in Plateau State on a fact-finding mission in July and in August. Sorry, in June and in July. And both times that I was there were attacks in the night as we were sleeping in the hotel. But here's what is intriguing. When we went to interview the victims, they told us that the conflict began when the Fulanis went and planted in somebody's farm. It's very important you understand this, because in April, I went to investigate a massacre in Benue State. And of course, it happened when the Fulanis went to somebody's farm, killed 3 of the farmers. They had been raping and robbing, but then they started killing. The Nigerian army came in, and after 45 minutes left, and then the Fulanis killed 51 people. So it is not that report was not made to the government. It's not that the government didn't come, but they abandoned the people for the Fulanis to kill. But the difference between that attack in Plateau and the attack in Mangu, which I saw, was that the Fulanis are now planting crops on people's farms. So it's not just that they brought cows to graze on it, but they're planting crops. Planting means, occupation. They are taking over the land, literally. So the last example I want to give of what has happened is recently I was alerted to the fact that 15 bulldozers were brought to Imo State, to a village in Imo State, and they cleared and destroyed farms and even demolished fences and structures. And what they're being told is that the governor has given approval for rugas, Fulani rugas, to be built in those communities. So the summary of what I'm saying is that the state capture, which we saw the day before yesterday, and the land capture, which has been going on for years, are consolidating into a colonial Nigeria where we are the subjugated ones. And we need to understand the significance of what is happening. For so long as we look at it, in an isolationist perspective, that, oh, this happened in Jos, this happened. No, we will not get it. The big picture is that Nigeria is being colonized by an Islamic amalgamation between the Southwest Muslims and the Northern Muslims. And the Middle Belt and the South, unfortunately, are the victims caught in between them. So those are just the few remarks I wanted to draw to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Osaji, are you ready? Should I invite? I have a hand that is up. That is Akin, A-K-I-N.
Sorry, Dr. Rapwe. It might be expedient at this time to give a few minutes to Mr. Luka Biniat, the spokesperson of Sokapo, to add his voice to what we have heard from Zari with regards to Kaduna. Kaduna is also a very bad point because of the work that the third Mahdi, Buhari, and his commander-in-chief, El-Rufai, had done since 2015 to advance the cause that they held high. So please, Mr. Luka Biniat, can you now speak?
Yes, he's one of my guests. Let me quickly introduce him. Luka Biniat, in addition to being a spokesperson for Sokapu, is actually a hero of Southern Kaduna. He has reported extensively on the decimation and displacement of his people, which incurred the wrath of El-Rufai and Buhari. He has been arrested and imprisoned and tried multiple times. I think he is the journalist who has spent the longest time in prison under the APC government. So it is my pleasure and honor to welcome a hero of the Middle Belt, Luka Biniat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Barrister Ogede, my mentor, my brother, and all the great and fine people that are here, my editor, Douglas, my colleague, Kim Masara, and all the wonderful people here. It's been a great pleasure being here, and it's been rather a solemn experience listening and hearing all that have been happening to people. Let me just go straight to what I should say. I hope I'm audible enough for everybody to hear.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Am I speaking to everybody?
Yes, you are.
Let me just give an idea of what Southern Kaduna is. Southern Kaduna is quite a big area. It is 26,000 square kilometers. That will make it bigger than Kano State. Kano State is 20,000 square kilometers. Plateau State is 32,000 square kilometers. Lagos State is just about 3,000 square kilometers. So Kaduna State, Southern Kaduna is bigger than Abia, Imo, and a few other Southeast states put together. And we have 67 ethnic groups there. And according to the estimated population that we have today, based on the 2006 census, we should be closing on about 5.1 million people in the population of a state that is roughly around 10.2 or so. Now, we have been living as two states forced into one, the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state. We have had our own strife in and on, but they have always come one in between. For example, the 1992 Zango Kata crisis, which happened over the relocation of a market, claimed a lot of lives. That was in 1992, but it took up to 1987 to have the next violence, which was the Kafanchan College of Education riot, when a female Muslim student went and attacked a Muslim convert to Christianity, Reverend Mohammed, accusing him of, lawfully quoting the Quran. That riot snowballed into many cities in Kaduna State. So it took between 1992 to 1987 to have that. Then after that, there was some peace. Then until the 2000 Sharia riot, when Kaduna State House of Assembly wanted to impose Sharia rule over the entire Kaduna State. When the Christian Association of Nigeria started a peaceful demonstration, the Muslims youth attacked them. And before you knew, the reaction was very bloody. So after that, there was another riot again, which was the Miss World Beauty Pageant comment made by a columnist, or is it a writer with this, who made a comment about the girls being so beautiful that even if the prophet of Islam saw one, he would have loved one. So that was it. And all these things that happened, they have been very definite causes for them. Even some of the actors have been identified and all that. But what is going on today in Southern Kaduna is far different, because the stories will always be pointed, this thing has started before, it's not a new thing. It's not true. What is happening now is clearly different. What is happening now is pure ethnic, pure genocide, where people will be sleeping in their homes and invaders will come at night, attack them, kill them, burn them alive, destroy their food crops. In fact, they will loot first, and then carry some of them away and then resell them back to their own people. And it is occurring every day. There is no single day that one form of attack or the other is not going on in Southern Kaduna. Unfortunately, maybe about 50 or 60% of them are unreported because of the remoteness of these areas. Even some of us will hear some of them weeks after they have occurred. Now, Southern Kaduna would have not gone under the barbarism which we experience today if Nasir El-Rufai had not laid that solid foundation. When Nasir El-Rufai came on board in 2015, he came there through what some of us view as a revolt against the PDP in Southern Kaduna, because the PDP had always claimed 90 to 95% of the votes against any other contending party for the governorship in Kaduna State from 1999 up to 2015. But when El-Rufai came, he got 45% of the vote of Southern Kaduna and won 3 local government areas, which was very, very unusual. So we thought that he was going to use that opportunity to say, well, these people are willing to walk away from the young cultures. But no, the first advance he made was to say that Southern Kaduna was just 30% of the population of the state. It's a lie, because the statistics has shown that we are, in fact, a marginal majority. We are 51.2% of the population if you calculate the census figures of 2006. Now, he actually came when there were already Fulani invasions. But at that time, Governor Yero was doing his best to contain it. But as soon as El-Rufai came, he organized what he called, he formed a committee and said they should find out the root cause of the matter. And when this committee submitted their report, after a few weeks, he organized a press conference and he announced that he was able to trace the killers of the people of Southern Kaduna and that he had paid them. I was already identified as a black sheep by his government, and so they hardly invite me for any of their press conferences. But I had a reporter with me, so I sent her, and she came back with the audio. And then I asked my colleagues, is it what the governor said? I had them on tape. He said that he was able to trace the killers of our people. They said, yes, he said so, but that they were under instruction not to report it. I said, how could that happen? Such a very grievous issue, and nobody's reporting it. I said, I'm reporting it. So I was the one that actually made that report. We paid Killer Herdsmen to stop killing people in Southern Kaduna. It was my report. And that was one of my sins that El-Rufai had against me. Now, immediately that was made known, documents are there to show that the killing intensified from Goska to Ninte, from Angwamagaji to nook and crannies that were otherwise thought as impossible to penetrate. These people came and started killing and killing. And surprisingly, El-Rufai, instead of taking measures to stop them, was busy intimidating our elders, speaking tough against Christian leaders, saying that they were lying, they were exaggerating it so that foreign donors will give money to them and all that, and that because he refused to, back down to their blackmail, to give them black envelope and all that. And then he started arresting people, and then he started stamping up, and the killings continued. With all the displacement that was going on, El-Rufai had never one day put his foot on any of these communities. He had never one day sent 1 naira or let's say a measure of food to these people. All he does is to come on national TV and to lie and try to downplay it. And people like us will go out of our way, will enter these communities, risk our lives, and then write the report. Not only report, we'll write features and try to educate the world about what was going. In fact, I took most of these risks because it was my own community, and I had no choice than to do what I could do to lead my colleagues. So I was always the one that was bringing these stories and giving it to my colleagues. Those of them who had guts will use it. Now, it was very clear that El-Rufai was deeply involved in planning these killings. Why am I saying so? There was a press conference that the Fulanis held at the Nigerian Union of Journalists sometimes in 2016. They left the office of the then media advisor to El-Rufai, who eventually became his commissioner of internal security, Samuel Arwan. It was him that drafted that statement for them. And they came to NUJ to read that statement against our own people. So we knew that El-Rufai was working in tandem. In fact, he was the architect-in-chief and the protector-in-chief of the Fulanis. So all that happened under El-Rufai's tenure was to give the Fulanis a base. And there was one profound thing that he did when he came. And unfortunately, he always used our people. There is a place called Laduga Grazing Reserve. It is not an official grazing reserve, actually. It was 74 square, no, it was 32,000 hectares. When El-Rufai came, he expanded it to 74,000 hectares. 74,000 hectares is a very, very large area. In fact, it's larger than so many local governments put together. We protested and we said that was not going to happen. Instead of him to back down, he went again and identified more areas as grazing reserves. So he was actually the master plan of the so-called Ruga policies, where every state of the federation was supposed to donate land for the Fulani's occupation as their permanent homes. Because eventually the Fulanis and the Hausas started demanding for chiefdoms, and he gave them. He created 4 new emirates, emirates, not chiefdom. He created 4 new emirates in southern Kaduna that is almost exclusively Christian, just to spite the Christians. And in areas where Christians had their own strength, he cut the local and he divided the chiefdoms and created emirates here. That of Adara chiefdom, over which their paramount chief was killed. Maiwada is a clear example. After the man was murdered in areas in a manner that's completely, points to the hands of government, he immediately shut the chiefdom into, created an emirate in it, and then if the remaining one again, he sliced it into 2, and then put a Muslim again as a chief. So El-Rufai must be brought to book for all the atrocities he committed against our people. In February 2019, shortly before the general election, he came on national TV and announced that the Adara people killed 69 Fulani women and children, and that they buried them in a shallow grave. He even took reporters with soldiers to go there. And then he claimed that he went to a spot in the bush and said that it was on that spot that that the Fulanis were killed. You can imagine a governor making such inciting statements. After that was published, I and a few of my colleagues mobilized our own colleagues who were not in Kaduna, who were in Lagos, because a lot of us who were reporting in Kaduna will not take that risk. So they came down from Abuja, and then we took a trip to that same spot. And when we went there, the natives directed us there. We saw a small portion of land that was not up to, let's say this, if you know what the table tennis is, the size of 2 table tennis put together. That was the size of the grave, the so-called mass grave that he claimed 69 people were buried. Absolutely, that was rubbish. And then we came down to the police. Fortunately, the police commissioner at that time was my classmate, so it was easy to have access to him. And the police commissioner addressed the press and he said, no, it's a lie. That no such thing has happened. That he also heard it, and he had given out instructions that it should be investigated. And it was discovered that no such thing happened, and it was publicized. But then he had already incited the Fulanis, and they formed their own army, and then they started killing the Adaras. In fact, the Adara witnessed their worst massacre ever, shortly after the elections of 2019, because of the incitement of El-Rufai. El-Rufai did so many atrocities against the people of Southern Kaduna and against the Christians. Fortunately, he himself gave himself up when he addressed Muslim lyrics after he left out, to say that whatever he did as governor of Kaduna State was to orchestrate Muslim rule, was to make sure that Islam dominates Kaduna State. So we are begging the world to us to make sure that El-Rufai does not escape justice. El-Rufai has been inspiration for governors, for other hate groups in northern Nigeria to carry out all kinds of crimes against our people. So my coming here is an opportunity. Whatever it will take for us is very much appreciated. As I speak today, not less than 245 communities on record.
Please unmute yourself. Luca, unmute yourself. Luca, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I was saying that whatever it would take for the international community to help us to establish a case of genocide or ethnic cleansing against El-Rufai, I'm very happy, because all the documented things you have against somebody is there. But we do not have some of the resources to carry out that kind of, documentation that you will need to present to the International Court of Justice. But the fact that El-Rufai aided and abetted genocide is not in doubt at all. His utterances is enough to even hold him. Today, as we are speaking, we have nothing less than 150,000 IDPs in various parts of the state and even outside the state. We are talking about the people of Afenifere, Paikuru local government. We have not even spoken about the other sides of the state, which is Shiruru and part of Gwada, where the dam stops. Our own IDPs of the Bagi extractions from Chukun local government, they also form a sizable portion of the IDPs there. Okay. So much has happened under El-Rufai.
Thank you very much, Luca.
Make sure that it does not escape.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to get you in, and I will continue the dialogue. Before we hand over, I wanted to quickly point out the narrative of what is happening, which you just heard, is not what is playing out in Washington.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that the head of USAID, appointed by Trump, came to Nigeria. We gave him briefing before he went. When he came back, what he said was that, the Fulanis are so poor and uneducated. That is why there's crisis, that they need to be educated. That was his conclusion, that more money should be given to educate Fulanis. Now, the New York Times published a news story where they said that Nigerians are destroying the culture and traditional practices of the Fulani. This was published here in the US. Now, let me even point out that the US government issued a report this year about how the Fulanis are being persecuted in West Africa. So
Jesus Christ,
a long way to go. If we had had time, I would have shared all of those links here. We have a long way to go to change the narrative, because we are now being cast as the oppressors and they are the victims. It was so bad that one professor from Nigeria came here, the one who was who did embezzled money at the insurance agency, came here and he attacked the Americans and made a lot of terrible statements. So that has made the Americans to continue to even amplify their false narrative as well. So this event is very epochal because we're beginning to understand the urgency of reclaiming the narrative. Thank you,
Dr. Emmanuel. We definitely need all the information, all the links, please. You also forgot to add that the claim is because of problem with the weather. So they say all kinds of stuff. Akin's hand has been up. Let's take a question from him, please. Akin,
sorry, I need
running out of time.
Dr. Peter, please. Sorry. Before Dr. Akim is a Pan-Africanist and also the representative for the Afenifere, and he has done so much for the movement. But before Akim, part of the international community are asking for the Benue report. So please, I think we should complete that report. So please, Dr. Mo is here. Is the chairman of YellOut Nigeria. As I said before, now he's passionate about the youth and the children that is being killed in the Benue. Please, Dr. Mo, please kindly go ahead with the Benue report, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir, please.
I can hear you. Sure.
Okay. For the sake of time, maybe I just
after Dr. Mo, then we'll move directly to Dr. Akim. Then the general conversation, 5 minutes for each of the platform that's available here, and then we'll come up with a comprehensive resolution, and we move on. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for your patience. Dr. Mo, please go on.
Could you turn your video on, please, Dr. Mo?
Is that okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, I'll just quickly, for the sake of time, I'll read up just a little report and then take a minute or two and just comment so that we can move forward on this. Thank you, the Luca, for the report on Kaduna. I work very closely with late Bishop Bugobri. I was born in Kaduna in the 70s and all of that. So Kaduna is home for me. As a matter of fact, I consider myself from Kaduna, and my father is from Benue. Benue is not, my link to Benue has to do with the killings and what is going on and then political affiliations, but Kaduna is considered home for me and my birthplace. However, everything to do with the emancipation of the MidleBelt of Nigeria is something that is at home with us. And I pray, and I'll make a little more, just some comments at the end of the submission so that God will help us to be able to work together, especially with the political leaders from that zone, so that we can help move forward and give correct perspective where this is concerned. 2 weeks ago exactly, I was in the UK, and I had a sit-in with the echelon, and I'll also make a remark on that. But very quickly, on the Benue report, exactly on the 2nd of February, Governor Samuel Otom said that 600 persons were killed by the armed Fulani herdsmen who have in the last few years staged ceaseless attack on the communities in the state. The attack also have left the state grappling with over 2 million internally displaced people who are living in their conditions in various IDP camps across the country. The Benue, the attack on the Benue farmers assumed a dreadful dimension, especially in 2017 when the herdsmen increased the tempo of the attacks across the state. Violence, they disorganized the social economic living condition of the state. The government responded by enacting open grazing prohibition and ranches establishment as a law on the 14th of May in that same year, 2017. It is public knowledge that right from that day, the law came into effect. An umbrella body of the nomadic herders boldly came out with impunity to say that they would never obey the law. This was on national TV everywhere. They vowed to mobilize Fulani across West Africa region to evade particularly Benue State and stop the implementation of that particular law. They actualized, they intensified their threats in 2018, especially at the crossover, the new year, when they carried out simultaneous attacks in Goma, in Logo, and other neighboring local governments, killing about 73 people, where painful mass burial was given on the January 11th of 2018, and it was watched across the world. The Fulani's herdsmen attack in the various parts, continues and caused a very huge humanitarian crisis, resulting in the killing of over 600 people, and the displacement that continued across, and continue to increase the displacement as it stands right now. And there are over 2 million, other people living in IDP camps across. On the 31st of January 2023, armed herders blocked the Makodi Naka Road and killed about 52 people, including the divisional police officer of Gwa West, local government area of Benue State. The Reverend Tortiv, His Royal Highness Professor James Ote, and Chairman Council of the Chiefs, has spoken out, against the killing in Benue State in an interview published in the Guardians of 13th of January 2018. And he expressed sadness of the barbaric and unprovoked attack that has continues to happen in this region unabated. Exactly on May 22nd, 2021, Fulani herdsmen struck at the Shitam Mbagina, a chief community in Benue State, and killed over 36 residents, including students, of the College of Education in Katsina Ala. They stormed the community in the early hours and carried out, this massacre. Massacre resulted in Nigerians retweeting and hashtag Benue under attack, lamenting the ineptitude of the federal government and the agencies to address the genocide situation. Gandoki of Benue State wrote in tears, and several other people from the states have continued to lament, and cry out, to say, what is really the crime? What is the crisis? The Idoma Association of Lawyers also added their voices to the ongoing massacre, condemning the senseless and ceaseless killing of the people of Benue State by the Fulani herdsmen. The group said the killings were nothing else but genocide. According to the group, the killings commenced on an extermination scale in February 2013. First stage of this particular killing, began with the Agarian Agatu of the Idoma extraction, spreading afterwards like wildfire to several other areas of the Tiv community. Killings in tens of thousands of defenseless farmers and people. And I would say here particularly that when the killing of Agatu happened, I organized a protest in Abuja where over 3,000 people came out. We went to the National Assembly, we went to the police headquarters, to stage that. Abuja came to a stop, and in consonant with some other people, we were able to put Agatu on the map as a result of that killing, where over 500 people were massacred in daylight, and several communities of the Idoma community, about 44 houses were burnt to the ground, and that's continued. On January 24th of 2007, 15 people were also killed by rampaging Fulani herders who attacked a village in Ipiga, particularly where I am from, a village also in Homini local government area of Benue State. On March 17th of that same year, no fewer than 20 persons were killed in a renewed hostility at the Mbanhemin community, West of the state. I can go on and on because the report is almost endless where it has to do with the killings in Benue State. A few recommendations were made, however, given the fact that unlike Kaduna State, in Benue, apart from the intertribal disparities that exist, because I'll say it here, and this is where sometimes it becomes very painful, because once our internal integrity is compromised, then we will not be able to deal with our enemies, squarely. I remember then when we carried out the campaign and we ensured that Agatu was, put on the map. It took Governor Samuel Otom, who is now shouting, 2 months before he visited Agatu. I waited for him in the office for over, he came out and dispersed us, because Agatu is speaking, the Idoma speaking area was ravaged. But until his own, in quote, people are touched. And I'm saying this because until we are able to move this narration from the parochial limitations of our people, if you think you're not a Kaduna person, or you're not a Jos person, or you're not, regardless of where you are, we must deal with this thing. We must call evil evil, and deal with it across board, and until that is done, if Governor Samuel Otom has risen up to the occasion and not wait for his people, in quote, to be decimated, I think we would have done very much, in dealing with this, because we have an opportunity, unlike Kaduna State, where a man who is bent on ensuring that both those at the Kaduna South and the Christian communities are completely decimated. That's not the case of Benue State. So Benue State is unique, and is important for this report, to also have it, so that as we deal with it, we can understand some of the underlying tones, of what needs to be done where that is concerned, as something that is remotely a concern for the people, so that we deal with it squarely, and holistically. Otherwise, you have the kinds of report that they have in Washington and the depositions that are made. That has always been the equation in the last 20 years. Every time any killing is done in the MidleBelt of Nigeria, what is received in Washington and in other parts of the world is that the Fulani people, who are the repressed people, are the ones who are being attacked and being killed. It's not news story. And it's also important to know that the Fulanis, who are less than probably just 3 million thereabout in Nigeria, are sitting on critical strategic positions. All of them. You know, the ones in the bush are just the foot soldiers. You know, and if you look at the Buhari's regime, where the echelon from the FCT minister to El-Rufai to GOC commanders in the military to Buhari himself, this is how they were able to, in the words of T.Y. Danjuma, collude and ensure that the decimation of Christians and other tribes in the Middle Belt were brought to its lowest ebb ever in the history, you know, of our country. And they continue to do so with some of their people in strategic position in the UN, in certain places and directorates in the EU, and even in Washington. This is no news. All over the world, this is what they continue to do, because again, the Fulani are among the most educated people in Africa, and they are placed all over the place. They are there in Ghana, they are there in Mali, they are there in Sierra Leone, they're all over the place. And it's important, you know, to have a broader view, even as we discuss this. And for them, it is an ethnic agenda for which a few of them are doing all they can to ensure that they entrench their leadership, particularly in Nigeria and before they take over West Africa. This is very important. I'll just read some of the recommendations that were made as I close my submission on this. An independent panel of inquiry made of respectable stakeholders should prove the genocide taking place in Benue collectively. The federal government should up its game by deploying more boots on the ground. The leadership of Métis Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria should be investigated, and if found culpable, made to fight or, you know, see through the law. Métis Allah, the association, must be disarmed, because they go about with what? With ammunitions. They have some of the most sophisticated ammunitions that you can ever imagine. Its members must be made to surrender their arms. The vigilante security must separate. There needs to be strengthened, you know, and also be equipped, you know, even by some of the states like in Benue, because they have the state security. So they cannot be crying when they are the ones at the ends of affairs. More can be done, you know, behind just the crying and the media emotions. A lot can be done. If El-Rufai can do what he's doing in Kaduna State, the Benue State is 95% Christian, and it's just Steve Toulouse and the Idomas. A lot can be done. So as part of the recommendation, this is really important, you know, to state in this place. The seizure of land must be returned back to the rightful owners. The forceful acquired lands must be also repossessed by the government, you know, and this rests squarely on the government of Benue State. Cattle and cows that are unjustly killed, you know, should be accounted for and adequately compensated, and the owners should be paid, and identified perpetrators should be apprehended and brought to book. All this can be done. The open grazing and ranching establishment laws should be enforced and should be regulated. Animal husbandry farming in the state. These are some of the recommendations that are made. They should go beyond just academics and paperwork. It can and should, you know, become a practice in that state. This can be done, but I leave us to understand that, like I said in the punchlines, that the agenda of the Fulanese as a tribe is entrenched especially in West Africa. We must have this in mind. It must go beyond just depositions, but to strategically strengthen the entire Middle Belt region and ensuring that we have people from Washington right to Nigerian government who understands this. And for every time there is a killing, there has to be a deposition both in the UN and the US Congress and in the House of Commons. Until we do this, we will never really make a headway as a people in this region. Thank you, and God bless us.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mo. Now we'll fast forward to the general conversation. Thank you so much to everyone who have taken our time to address this issue. Indeed, a step into 1,000 1,000 years starts from today. But everyone, let it be known, the US and the UN, the UK, that El-Rufai is a commander-in-chief of the terrorists. El-Rufai was the one that went to pay the bandits, and they used those money to buy weapons and came back to unleash mayhem on the Kaduna people. El-Rufai must be banned from entering any country. He's a terrorist. He goes along with bad luck. Anything El-Rufai is bad for the business. Is bad for the market. If El-Rufai comes into any country, it comes with cost, because the blood of both the Muslims, the Christians, the Gwagi, the Gwaris, the Igbiras are on his hands, and they will chase him until the ICC finally try El-Rufai for crime against humanity, and we will see to it. We would see to it. I just want to appreciate the patience of Dr. Aki, the representative of Afenifere. After Dr. Aki, we will go to the chairman of NADECO USA. After that, then we'll recognize the very important personnel who are in our midst. Then the moderator will give room to every other person on the floor, including the representative of the PFM and the CAN. Thank you. So we will go in this direction. Dr. Aki, the rep of Afenifere, and also the spokesperson for the MidleBelt Forum is on the platform. We are honored to have you, sir. The spokesperson for the MidleBelt Forum, NADECO USA. After Dr. Aki, then Reverend Emmanuel. Thank you. Then after these four people, moderator, please take over and open the floor for everyone who is present. I recognize the presence of PFN and CAN on the platform, and also the Islamic Association of Nigeria. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Dr. Aki, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay. Greetings to everybody. Warmest regards. The meeting today has been to expectation. We have been in so many meetings like this where we rehash all the issues and we lament. And the information is very bad for our spirits. People are dying. That is okay. The next point is all our prayers, all our recommendations, whom are we directing it to? Are they listening? Who will act on our recommendations? We are not so clear about that. From this meeting, I gather that we are waiting for international support. It will never come. The West want us to be where we are now so that they can be stealing our mineral resources. They don't want us to really be at peace. That is it. So thinking that US will come to Nigeria or UN, it's a tall order that they will not come. The way we are is the way that profits them. And unless we be like Rwanda people killed up to 1 million before the world attention could be attracted. So what's happening in Nigeria to them now is not even worse than what's happening in Congo. They are not doing anything in Congo. Having said that, from a Afenifere point of view, we believe Nigeria has to sit down and talk. The owners of the land, the ethnic nationalities, have to have a forum to talk and agree among themselves or how Nigeria should be organized. Now, the challenge is this then. Who is to make that kind of undertaking possible? The political class in Nigeria, they are just interested in their positions as senators, as governors. They themselves don't really want, and they don't even have any solution to these problems. So we're now left with this kind of forum, this kind of body. I always wondered, most of the retired generals in Nigeria are from the MidleBelt. How come they are so quiet? Colonels, brigadier generals, major generals. They are so quiet, they are so aloof. I can't understand. Well, We must recall that General Zamani Lekot was almost killed. Maybe that's what made the MidleBelt generals to just totally stand akimbo and not do anything. But that is not right. General Lekot is still alive. And there are many generals like him that need to be proactive. Okay, what am I saying now? Somebody has to convene for us to talk. And MidleBelt has all the retired generals that held Nigeria together the way we are now. They are responsible. And I mentioned especially now, General Yakubu Gowon. Can this body go and make a point to General Gowon that he's been too silent, he's been too docile? It's under his watch that Nigeria was held together by force. He's the only one who has moral authority for us to use his name to call all the elements of Nigeria together to say, we cannot continue killing each other like this. If that's the only thing he can achieve before he dies, it will have been a very grave contribution. He's the only one I know who, if he's approached properly, I know he's not interested in anything and it's not very good, but we have to wake him up. He's not the owner of himself. Being General Gowon, who was head of state in the 1970s, is one who can call all the leaders of the North together and call the Afenifere, call the Neighbours. Let us do a talk of talks. It may not be physically in the meeting, but his name can be used. So the people in the MidleBelt, they need to go and occupy his house and ask him, why is it quiet? He is from MidleBelt. What is his value if he cannot raise his voice to come out to Abuja and say no more? The Fulanis are the people who use him now to be head of state. They put him there. It's for the time now for him to come and say no more. Don't kill my people. I'm from MidleBelt. It's not a Fulani by all chance. To me, that's what might profit the whole country. If you can bring all retired generals in MidleBelt and then use the name of General Gowon and his personality to force a talk among all major groups. Let the Fulani be told they cannot be killing other people anymore. And let everybody be told the rights and obligations in Nigeria. So my recommendation is for us to go after General Gowon. He's still alive. His name is worth more than gold. Then all the generals in the North, in the MidleBelt that are still alive, they have to wake them up. Nobody will do anything from you and from anywhere unless we solve our problem internally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. King. Thank you so much. The meeting, we are taking note of all the suggestions and recommendations. Definitely, we will not give up until this issue is resolved. Otherwise, it will consume the entire Nigeria. The chairman or president of NADECO, Lloyd Okwo, is here. Barrister, please. You take the floor. After that, we have Dr. Gideon, Uniting the MidleBelt. You are welcome. Stand by. You will have time to make comment. Reverend Joseph will be the next after Emmanuel Guy. After Lloyd Okwo, Emmanuel Guy, you ask your question. Then Reverend John Joseph will take the floor, each 5 minutes or less. Apostle Emmanuel for Kaduna State, the chairman. Then Reverend Danjuma, elder statesman based in Jos Plateau. After that, Bishop Ben Kurudu, Benue State, and then Reverend Love Zidon, Executive Secretary, Christian Pilgrims Welfare Board, Taraba State, followed by Reverend Emmanuel Olurumbaga. If I misspell your name, please forgive me. The chairman, We Care Initiative. So gentlemen, 5 minutes or less, please. We do appreciate everybody's patience. Lloyd Okwo take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arakwe.
Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Arakwe. I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to express our views. I bring you greetings from Washington, D.C. If it was possible for me to adopt Dr. Afenifere Fakponda's position and not speak, I would have done so, because he spoke exactly NADECO's position. But be that as it may, let me have 1 or 2 minutes. NADECO has 2 major theaters of concern. One, which has been touched upon by Barrister Gebe, by a few other individuals, by Dr. Moore, and also Dr. Akin. The first theater is the United States. This is where the drum players are. There's nothing you can do. So the people dancing to the drums, the players are here. The players are in Paris. The players are in London. The players are in Brussels. We will be wasting our time if we did nothing about where the drums are coming from. We'll be wasting our time. And we have been wasting our time since then. If you look at the reports as presented by Barrister Gebe, it's a different story here. When you come in here, it's different. They just have a different story. Do you think that the United States is not fully aware of everything happening in the MidleBelt or in Nigeria? Do you think so? Now, when a few Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar area were being disturbed, hell broke loose. The United Nations went in there. People were locked up. About 300 and something few Muslims, the Rohingya Muslims. The story was different. America was all over the place. Now, historically, these so-called countries have always enjoyed conquest, where a few individuals who are strong will conquer the rest of the world. The British government, a small island, went all over the world and took over the place. Nothing happened. The French, Americans came in here, sacked the people who were here, put them in concentration camps, killed the Indians, went to Mexico, seized the whole place. Place became theirs. Britain went to the Falkland Islands, thousands of miles away from their place. And America, under obligation from Organization of American States, that when one state is attacked, it means an attack on the rest of them. When Argentina was attacked, they took sides with Britain and provided Britain all the necessary information to forcefully take the Falklands from Argentina. So the point I'm trying to make, not sure if I've been able to do that, is that these people here enjoy what is happening in Nigeria, in the MidleBelt. They enjoy it because it's a lot easier for them to send El Rufai or to send a few Muslims to go and do the dirty job for them. You know, in the MidleBelt where I come from, we're taking. We may not be taking the way the MidleBelt is, but Asari, Tompolo, and the rest of them have taken us on behalf of the government. They have taken the Niger Delta. Now, why you think that Tinubu invited Tinubu? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Why are you?
Did we lose you? What happened? Okay.
I think Emmanuel should mute.
Emmanuel, we lost you.
Okay, so sorry. Let me mute my call.
Okay, let Reverend Emmanuel go on until we have NADECO back, please. Reverend Emmanuel.
Okay. How come he disappeared like that? Maybe his phone died or something.
Reverend Emmanuel.
Oh, thank you.
Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think that's my own Reverend Emmanuel, right?
Yes, not you.
Okay.
Sorry. No, we care, sir. Reverend Emmanuel again.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yes, Reverend Emmanuel Olorumagba.
Sorry, Emmanuel Gie is not Reverend, but I can talk for sure if
okay.
So.
Yeah, go on, please.
Okay, by way of introduction, I live in Calgary, Alberta, and I'm from Jos in the MidleBelt. And I run a non-governmental called Genocide Initiative, which is involved in helping the MidleBelt. And I also declare that I come from a family where I have Fulani relatives. So it is unusual and it's quite strange. In reality, we are killing others.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hello.
Okay. Emmanuel, please, could you hold on? NADECO just came back. Sure. Yeah, we lost you completely. So, all right, go ahead, continue where you stopped.
I'm sorry about that. I was asking a rhetorical question. Why you think Asari Dokubo was invited to the government house? It's all part of that scheme. They find strong people to hold the weaker people. It's historical. It's all over the place. You don't play with a majority that is very weak. So, having addressed the US section, we have to be very strategic about what happens in the United States. And it's very critical. We have to put together a think tank to make sure that the American people know what is happening. American policymakers do know what is happening, but American people do not quite know what is happening. And this is 2023, it's the 2024 election. It's very critical. If we don't get it right this year, we will not get it right again, because everybody is looking for a bride. Everybody is looking for voters, the Republicans and the rest of them. So we must address the US segment of it. If we cannot address it, it's the whole thing goodbye, because there's nothing we can do anymore. Now, the Nigerian aspect, the African American used to have one saying, I've been down for too long, getting up didn't even occur to me. Nigerians have been down for too long that getting anything done by way of force or physical fight is out of the question, because they have been down for too long. They have been oppressed for just too long. In 1967 to 1970, we tried and nothing happened. So Nigerians are going to say, why are we going to even risk our lives? My son, come back home. Don't go out for that demonstration. Because before you were born, I tried it and it never worked. Today, I'm 70 years old. And that's me talking now. So the Nigerian aspect has to also be taken care of. We cannot continue to back. We have to bite. We have shown our teeth for far too long, but we have not been able to bite. We have to have these two components put together. It is when we're able to bite that Washington will say, wait a minute. We may not be able to get that Niger Delta oil. That gas that will be going up to Morocco through Niger may not be able to come. So maybe these guys are woken up. Until we take care of these two-pronged areas, these two theaters, the Washington, and you can't take care of one alone. If you take care of one back home, They will tell you, well, you know, the West has a way of doing things. They were talking about sub judice. When a case is in court, don't comment about it. It's all lies. But a retired justice of the Supreme Court, a matter was in court, she came and gave a ruling. That's sub judice right there. You know, so we have to change the narrative. We cannot continue to abide by the so-called regs. When you want to take my land, you come by force. When I want to get my land back in Zimbabwe or South Africa, well, the courts are there. Why not you go to court? But when you came to take my land in the first place, you didn't go to court. Now you are asking me to go to court. That's a Western style of pouring eyes on us. So this body must address these two issues. One, how do we handle the United States so that we can get the word out? When you have op-eds written by Fulanis appearing in New York Times, as Ogebe said, you think that's a joke? It's not a joke. Those are major policy making processes. We need to have a think tank here. And I want to use this opportunity to inform you that NADECO Institute for Strategic Development in Africa is about to be launched. But we need something stronger than that to be very active in Washington to disseminate all this information on a per second basis. Invite policymakers, pay major lobbies. I heard the former Defense Secretary, Leon Panetta, on CNN talk about the killings in Nigeria without being prompted. Nobody paid him. It was an ad lib. He was asked a question and he used the Nigerian aspect to further elucidate his position. That's the kind of guy we need. You know, he was a CIA director, former Defense Secretary. You need people like that who will come out and say to policymakers, listen, there's something wrong going on in Nigeria. We must pay attention to it. The Washington side and the Nigerian side. Please, this house, before you leave, if you have answers to these two areas, we have won the game. But if you don't, the guy playing the drum here will continue to play the drum and the guys dancing there. What boldness do they have in Nigeria to do what they're doing to Nigerians? What boldness is that? With Tinubu, with all the mess he has, the drummers are playing and saying, go on, we're behind you. Go on. We are going to meet you at the United Nations corridor to show the world that we are behind you. They are coming up now. So we're going to have to do something more than just barking and showing our white teeth. We need to really begin to bite. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Oko.
Okay, Peter.
Point indeed. All the chats there says good point. We noted that definitely we all be reaching out, we'll be acting. Nothing will be left undone.
Yeah. Okay, Peter, sorry. Let me just lay one emphasis here because of our brother, from Plateau states. Now, Emmanuel from Plateau.
Yes.
The kind of S-men we're talking about.
I hadn't finished.
Yeah, I'm coming. No, please, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute,
yeah,
please.
I just made introduction. So before you jumped into conclusions, you don't know where I was going. Right? I need to
clear something.
But I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay.
Go on.
So please, as soon as Emmanuel finishes, I'm asking Jonathan to wait. We still have about 5 more people ahead of you, okay, in our list. I welcome Chief Pat Obala Bisarambara from PPGN. Welcome you he's from Atlanta, Georgia. Go ahead, Emmanuel, please.
Thank you. So I was painting a picture saying we are often interrelated. And in this interrelation, the people that are suffering are often the lower class. So let's be very clear. There are 2 tribes in Nigeria, the haves and the have-nots. The haves are united in their rape of our nation. Like Barrister Ogebe mentioned, there has been a state capture in Nigeria. by a political elite that is there to serve themselves. And yes, I agree, the global West will go to where their interest is served. They don't care who is in power. They care about their interests. So I want to highlight the following and also ask us, have we looked at situations of transnationals anywhere in the world? Because transnationals happen to, in East Africa, the issues we're talking about happens to be between the Maasai, who are transnationals, and the people in place. And Maasais are predominantly Christian. And other parts of the world, there are transnationals where there are continuous clashes between the transnationals and those in place. Now, it doesn't change the reality of us in Nigeria, where the transnationals are Muslim Fulani, who are using their own tribesmen in power to move their agenda. We need to recognize that there are solutions that have been used in other places. How can we use those solutions? Number two, unity in the Middle Belt is key, but not only in the Middle Belt. Nigeria has been bedeviled with this, my tribe. We are all being consumed, all of us. And if it does, the Hausa man says an interesting thing. If your neighbor's beard catches fire, look for water and put on your own beard. The sad thing is, in Nigeria, we've been sitting and watching and saying, yeah, it's their problem or their problem. I am commending the organizers of this event to realize this is a beast that is consuming us. But interestingly enough, the beast that is consuming us is not just a Fulani agenda. It is the ruling class that is raping our country, stealing our resources, and the rest of us are paying the price. And then finally, I agree with the proposal by NADECO that we should mobilize the moral sagacity and currency of someone like General Gowon, who has been too quiet, and we cannot understand that. But not only General Gowon, many other people in the Middle Belt, generals and also high-level politicians, we need to come to a table as a country and decide enough is enough. We should get rid of these political parasites and really put together a structure that allows the nation to thrive. The West is not going to help us. Let's not pretend. They will go after their interests. China is not going to help us. They will go after their interests. We have to go after our interests. And we in diaspora have a unique advantage. We are not, well, I can speak for myself. I am not looking for any appointment from Nigeria. I can tell it to the people in power as it is. And unless we are able to dismantle that structure, it's not going to work. And history has shown us the Russian Communist Party was able to take over a country of over 60 million people with less than 1 million people. In the Red Army of China, the same thing happened. So it's not about number, it's about being organized and focused. And that is all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you for your submission. Everything is noted. Nothing is taken for granted. And the next person in the list should be Reverend John Joseph Heya. Is he available right now? If he is, if he's not, then we go straight to Apostle Emmanuel Ego Baku, chairman from Kaduna. Not wasting any time, we're going straight to Reverend Danjuma Bayang.
Hello, I'm online.
Apostle here, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn on your video? Unless turn it on briefly, we catch your face. If it's interrupting with your audio, then we may permit you to turn it off. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
5 minutes, sir.
On the 25th of December 2020, I was kidnapped along with my wife. And on the process, the kidnappers told us very clearly that they were on a mission. The government was involved. And that was why the kidnapping, particularly in Southern Kaduna, was very targeted. It was actually majorly the Christian community. And apart from that, the government actually neglected us, particularly the Christian community, in terms of development. So we were, security-wise, we were actually, very hard. And then economically, it was like a war declared on us. So I want to sincerely thank you, the organizers of this program, because it's about time that the truth should be told. It's about time for the world to really know what the church and the Christian community has been going through, particularly in the MidleBelt and in southern Kaduna and Kaduna State at large. And most of the Christian community across Kaduna State, like Benengwari, Ikara, and the rest, you discover that it's actually the Christian area, a Christian community that were actually involved in the kidnappings, in the killings, and it has been going on and it's still going on. Just as my brother Luca just said 2 days ago, a priest was killed, burnt alive here in Kamanto. So these things have been going on in Kaduna State. And we really want at this time that our voices should be heard. And I really want that this platform should actually bring the elders, like it has been said, of the region together, so that we will actually speak as one voice, because together we are stronger and together we can really make an impact. So I want to sincerely say that I appreciate this opportunity and this organizer of this platform. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Apostle Emmanuel. Thank you for making it so brief for us. Thanks for sharing your ugly experience. I'm sorry about that. We'll be working towards getting those issues either eradicated or minimized in Nigeria. The next person is Bishop Ben Kurudo. Bishop Ben Kurudo, is he available? Then we go to Reverend Love Zidon, Z-I-D-O-N. While we wait for Reverend Zidon, Afenifere, we have a question for you. Someone wants to know how your group handled Muric, M-U-I-R-I-C. That's an interesting question. So, Akin, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Okay,
I'm still here.
Okay.
Muric is the Professor Akin Tola, the Islamic group. Well, we don't. There are many tendencies in Yoruba land. Not every little. It might just not more than his household, but he can talk, and the North encourages him to talk. Even El-Rufai said he came to him to do certain things. You know, they just pick something. It's Yoruba don't worry about religion, Muslim, Christian. In my family, we have Muslim, we have Christians. So it's propaganda tool. It's always giving press release every two days, and it's responsible. Nobody takes him very serious. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I hope that takes care of the question. The last person in the list, then we go to interactive. After Reverend Emmanuel Olurum Magba, if I'm right. Oh, Reverend Emmanuel is right there. Please, 5 minutes, take the floor. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's Reverend Emmanuel Olurum Magba.
Olurum Magba.
Yes.
God should not do what?
The Olurum Magba. That means God knows the elder.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
I know Olorun is God.
Is God, exactly.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I am so elated, glad to have witnessed what is happening now. I've been online since 4 p.m. Being part of it. And I'm just so glad with the striking revelations coming out, factual, raw, and direct as it is. Precisely on the issue of Kaduna State and Plateau State, I can say authoritatively that it has been presented exactly as it happened. In fact, let me say there are even some aspects that have not really been able to deeply cover because I schooled in Jos, Plateau State. My in-law are in Jos, Plateau State, so I've lived in Jos before, and I'm in Kaduna presently, and so that is why I can talk precisely about Plateau State and Kaduna State. However, since they've extensively spoken about those things, I will not repeat them again, just to save our time. And I also want to say the last speaker before me is our father in Kaduna State, is the president of PFN, Pentecostal Fellowship of Ministers in Kaduna State, that was kidnapped. So if our president is kidnapped, that means all the pastors in Kaduna State were kidnapped. And I can remember a lot of money was raised before God could help us to rescue them. Now, so I will not talk much about that. But the aspect I really want to talk about now is the aspect that nobody has been able to touch. And that is the aspect I'm also directly affected. I reside in a community called Gbagi Villa. And since 2015, immediately El-Rufai took over government. Gbagi Villa has been on the media. And what is it? El-Rufai tagged the people of Gbagi Villa illegal occupants. And we decided to take him to and said all houses in Gbagi Villa will be demolished. We take him to court. If we are truly illegal occupants, let the court declare. Eventually, we won the case. All our prayers were granted, and all El-Rufai's prayers were rejected. In fact, El-Rufai have nothing to present in court because they have nothing to show. But the last working day of El-Rufai, which was on the 26th of May, 2023, Friday, 26th of May, 2023, El-Rufai invaded Gbagi Villa with bulldozer, despite a clear court judgment declaring that Gbagi Villa is legal occupant, banning government, their agency, perpetual injunction of government agency and whoever from invading Gbagi Villa, demolition, whatever. He brought in bulldozer and demolished a lot of houses. Though there was still resistance from the youth, and some of our youth were killed in the process because he came in with his local vigilante that he armed with guns, and they used police and military as protection. Police did not shoot anybody, military did not shoot anybody, they were there protecting them, while the local vigilantes were the ones shooting. That is not even where I'm going. But the major point I want to make is this. Immediately after El-Rufai left, Muslims started coming into Gbagi Villa community. Let me also quickly establish this. Gbagi Villa community is the only 100% Christian community in the entire community, in the entire Kaduna State. Muslims started coming into Gbagi Villa community with allocation paper, claiming that the land that houses are on top have been allocated to them. Meaning, El-Rufai reallocated Gbagi Villa's land to Muslims before he left and invaded Gbagi Villa with bulldozer. But because of the resistance of the youth, he couldn't demolish all the houses in Gbagi Villa. He could only demolish few houses, and about 8 churches were completely leveled down in Gbagi Villa. And he allocated church land, personal building that we have adequate document, and reallocated it to Muslims. Where am I going? That is a clear setup for religious crisis, to incite religious crisis in Nigeria. Because there's no way a Muslim will come into a Christian community and claim that the house that you have all your documents complete, that the land on top of which the house was built has been allocated to him by the government, despite the fact that the entire community have a court judgment again, apart from our clear court, apart from our clear document we have in our hand, then of course that may result into crisis, which will snowball into something else in Kaduna State. So like I said, I didn't want to take much of our time. I just want to call attention to this, so that if El-Rufai will be investigated, that also should be properly investigated, because I am in Gbagi Villa, that's why I'm witnessing, and that's why I know this. How about other communities that I am not? Who knows what he has done there? So that proper investigation be made, because he left, but he has set a dynamite down. He left, but he put Kaduna on a keg of gunpowder. He left, but he set time bomb in Kaduna, which we don't know when it will explode if nothing is quickly done about it. In conclusion, I'm in support of those who said El-Rufai should be brought to book. In fact, if El-Rufai is not brought to book, then I can say there is nothing called justice. So El-Rufai should be brought to book for all of the atrocities he has perpetrated and all of the land grabbing he has done in Kaduna State, including but not limited to also the incitement that he has deliberately created to cause religious crisis in Nigeria after he has left as a governor and he has left the country. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and thank you. I want to thank the organizers of this event. It's a great one. We are ready to give all our support in whatever way we can, and in whatever way our assistance is needed, in whatever connection, in whatever either to face media or to whatever. I'm a bold person. I care for nobody. I care about nothing. Nobody can kill me except God, who is the giver and taker of life. So I don't fear anything. I fear no man. I fear no mortal. I only fear my God. So thank you once again, and I'm happy to be part of this.
Thank you, Reverend Emmanuel. We are happy to have you too. Just stay tuned, okay? As we move along in this journey, we carry everybody along. All you said has been noted. If there is need for testimonies, people like you will be there. The next person is Jonathan. Please, Jonathan, as soon as we finish, then we open the floor for comments. Then we're down to 3 minutes per person. Jonathan, please, 5 minutes. Your hand has been up. Unmute yourself. Should that be? Is that Jonathan? Are you there? Sensor empowerment. Unmute yourself.